Chapter 13:12. Celestial Prime. Sengoku, who was in front of Lu Chun, said respectfully to the cave entrance, "Are you talking about the Death God token? That's the Death God token that you personally tested. Even outsiders have to be wary of the Death God token. I don't think this person has even seen the Immortal Road. No matter how terrifying Mu Long described his strength, he's still an itinerant immortal. How can he be worthy of using the Death God token? Celestial Prime, forgive me for saying too much. If he wants to get the Death God token, he has to at least get through me." The voice inside sounded, "It's already been a long time. Hu Shao, why are you so obsessed with this false reputation? It's not just a false reputation. At least for me, I followed you because of this token." Hu Shao seemed to have recalled hundreds of years ago. When he heard the legend of Pangu's Sengoku, the emotions of shock, admiration, and even worship seemed to appear again. He had followed him for 700 years. It could be said that the Death God token was his belief. Now that the Celestial Prime had given the token to an itinerant immortal so easily, he was naturally unwilling to accept it. Even if he had to go against the Celestial Prime's wishes, he had to fight for it. Hu Shao was Pangu's trusted aide. Even if he contradicted him, Pangu was not angry. "Hu Shao, why are you so obsessed? You also know that the myriad races—" "Celestial Prime, please let me fight him." After a long silence, a long sigh came from the cave. "Solipsistic, are you willing to accept Hu Zhao's challenge? I won't treat you unfairly. If you can defeat him, I can reward you with another treasure." Lu Chen looked at Hu Shao. He had to admit that he had experienced the long-lost human kindness on Pangu's side. He did not dislike Hu Shao. Instead, he admired him for being able to persist in his belief until now. "Hey, Hu Shao, how many stars are Sengoku?" Lu Chen asked. 6 stars. "Why? Do you think it's too high?" "Don't worry, I won't kill anyone in front of Pangu's grotto heaven." Lu Chen smiled faintly. 6-star, not bad." "What? Not bad? A loose immortal like you actually dares to spout such nonsense. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lu Chen wasn't angry. "How about this? I don't want to hurt you. Let's compete in one move. Use your strongest move. If you can beat me, I'll give up on the Death God's decree." "Arrogant. You think you can hurt me? Fine, one move it is. Apart from not killing you, I won't show any mercy." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Where?" Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, a layer of defense array quickly covered the area outside Pangu's grotto heaven. A voice came from inside the cave. "It's here." A celestial venerable was indeed a celestial venerable. In an instant, he had set up a defensive array that could withstand Sengoku's attacks. Mu Long stepped forward and looked at Lu Chen worriedly. "Lu Chen, Hu Shao is very strong. He rarely meets a match among his peers." Lu Chen nodded. It was a pity that he couldn't say that he was at the same level as him. After all, no one was at the same level as him. "Don't worry, I won't lose." The others retreated outside the defense array. Only Hu Shao and Lu Chen were left in the array. God of Beasts, Beast Blood Retrograde, King of Beasts. Hu Shao continuously activated his enhancement skills. Streams of spiritual energy surged out from his body. Lu Chen, on the other hand, activated Divine Demon Symbiosis, Dragon God Form, War God Possession, and Demon Transformation. Hu Shao pulled out a tiger-headed saber from the void. It was more than 2 meters long and was even bigger than him. There was a copper ring on the back of the saber. As the saber swayed, a crisp sound of metal colliding could be heard. "Solipsistic, remember this. Don't be arrogant in front of me." Hu Shao shouted angrily. "Immortal technique, saber domain, Emperor Dragon slaying saber." Lu Chen's eyes widened. He quickly stroked the body of the long spear with one hand. Suddenly, the body of the void, God-slaying spear glowed red. God-slaying spear, Heaven's Fury spear. With a loud bang, the two powerful skills collided. A white light instantly exploded in the field. A moment later, a figure flew out and crashed into the edge of the defense array. Hu Shao spat out blood. He could not control his body and fell backward. With a bang, Hu Shao crashed into the defense array. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked up, he saw a black spear with a red glow. The tip of his spear was already at his throat. Hu Shao looked at the weirdly dressed, white-haired man in front of him in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The man was unharmed under the Emperor Dragon's slaying saber. Not only that, but he was already in front of him for the second time. If it was a real battle, he would have been killed by the man's spear. Lu Chun put down the spear and smiled at Hu Shao. How about it? Can you give me the Death Supreme token now? A token flew out from the cave. Lu Chun caught it. It was a token made of black metal. It was different from the wooden token that Hu Shao and the others had shown before. It should be the legendary Death Supreme token. The man in the cave said, I've given you the token. What do you want as a reward? Do you have a pill that can increase elemental affinity by 10,000 points? Lu Chun asked. 10,000 points. You seem to be asking for too much. Lu Chen's fire elemental affinity had reached 60,000 points. Later, in order to cultivate the true fire mysterious ice sword, he had transferred 40,000 points of fire elemental affinity to 20,000 points of ice elemental affinity. Now that he had the Jiutian star, his elemental affinity could reach 40,000 points. Therefore, he did not feel that it was too much to ask for 10,000 points. However, only a few people could achieve such a terrifying elemental affinity. Lu Chun frowned. Then, I want you to help me repair a few puppets and repair my weapons. This request is not too much, right? What puppets and weapons do you want to repair? The Guardian of Earth. My weapon is the Void God-slaying spear that I'm using now. I can provide the materials to repair the Void God-slaying spear. I just need your help. I'm quite useless at refining weapons. The man in the cave was silent for a long time. Then, he said, Mulong can help you repair the Void God-slaying spear. As for the Guardian of Earth, I can't repair it. I can give you 5 yellow Earth crystal pills, which can increase your Earth elemental affinity by 15,000 points. Lu Chun was stunned. The other party would rather give him pills than repair the Guardian of Earth. No matter what, the other party had given him benefits. Lu Chun could not force him to repair something that he could not repair. Lu Chun said to the direction of the cave entrance. Thanks. Wait. Hu Shao suddenly called out to Lu Chun. Lu Chun turned back in surprise. Don't tell me you still want to fight with me. Hu Shao, am not someone who goes back on my words. I just want to know you. Are you really a rogue immortal? Hu Shao looked at this person in horror. In front of him, he had actually lost so quickly. No, Lu Chun said indifferently. Didn't Mulong tell you? King of Savages. King of Savages? Wild. Human King Realm. Yes, Human King Realm. Hu Zhao's expression became even more exaggerated. This result was even more exaggerated than him being defeated. Unfortunately, Lu Chun did not plan to continue explaining. He turned and walked towards Mulong. Mulong, your boss has handed you over to me. If you dare to slack off, I'll cut your wages. Mulong hadn't recovered yet. More than a month ago, he had lost to Lu Chun, but he had not lost so decisively. In the end, in just a month, this guy had become so strong. What did you eat growing up? Mulong was shocked. Lu Chun pulled him away. I eat whatever you eat. Let's go. Look at these people's eyes. They look like they want to eat you. Let's go. Chapter 13:13. In the immortal spirit grotto heaven, Mulong was busy in the refining room. Lu Chun was supervising him. Long, this is the only weapon I have. You have to refine it well. Mulong stopped and rolled his eyes at Lu Chun. You've been reciting it 800 times. I'm a 5-star immortal refiner. How can I break it? Lu Chun propped up his chin. Long, you said you're very strong in battle. You even have the time to refine weapons to immortal refiner. You're quite strong. Che, this is the normal path of a Sengoku. Alchemy and medicine refinement are the most basic skills. Some people even learned how to refine talismans, mine plant. Mulong glanced at Lu Chun and said unhappily, Who's like you? You don't know how to refine pills, and you don't know how to refine weapons. You only know how to fish. For alchemy, I have little green. For weapon refinement, I have you. Let me tell you, fishing is really interesting. When you level up, you can catch rare divine beasts. Mulong almost vomited blood. What kind of robber is this? Forget it. I don't want to discuss this with you. Hey, you said you only have one weapon now. Do you have other weapons? Mulong injected spiritual energy to repair the god-slaying spear while asking. I have one more. Why can't you use it? Mulong asked. This time, you went to the other immortal realms to set up an arena. The battle intensity is unimaginable. No one knows what kind of opponents you'll meet. Even if the god-slaying spear is a rare divine weapon, it can be disarmed or even damaged. You should prepare a backup. Mulong said strangely. I think your weapon can't be higher level than the god-slaying spear. How about this? I'll do it for free. I'll help you repair that weapon later. Who said I don't need it? Lu Chan said. I didn't have the money to withdraw it before. I made some money in the crack world this time. The War of the Clans is about to begin. I originally wanted to save some money to buy a more advanced cave residence. In case I died, Uncle Li Shang and the others would have a place to stay. Mulong's movements paused for a moment. Although Lu Chun was usually sloppy, he knew his situation better than anyone else. What nonsense are you spouting? Even 1,000,000 exotic beasts couldn't kill you. You're really tough. I'm just saying what if, Lu Chun said, but since the senior immortal has offered such generous conditions, then I don't need to save money. I will withdraw the weapon later. Wait, how are you going to earn money in the Rift World? Why haven't I met him? I killed 100 Sengoku demons, Lu Chun said casually. Mulong spat out a mouthful of blood. You killed 100 Sengoku demons? In the world of cracks? I only know that you killed Chi Mang. Lu Chun didn't tell him the details before, so this was the first time Mulong heard about it. Yep, Chi Mang was their leader. If I didn't kill everyone, would Chi Mang be so honest? Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. Qinji, I must kill him this time. Mulong still needed a few days to repair the god-slaying spear. Lu Chun didn't disturb him and went to find a cultivation room. After receiving the death god order, Lu Chun gave up on the idea of saving money to buy an advanced cave residence. He directly withdrew the divine demon limitless sword. After spending nearly 700,000 spiritual tablets, the divine demon limitless sword was finally withdrawn. As soon as it was withdrawn, Lu Chun heard the limitless sword's voice. Boss, how are you using the void god slaying spear recently? Lu Chun quickly smiled. It's mainly because the price is too high. 700,000 spiritual tablets. How could I take out so many spiritual tablets in the past? Didn't you buy the cave residence first? You still have so many materials. You even changed sky-piercing sword to sky-piercing spear. Lu Chun facepalmed. So, the limitless sword wasn't idle either. He was calculating all the debts with him. Cough that. Oh, right. Limitless. When I went to the extraterrestrial divine demon palace, I got more than 10 pieces of equipment. You haven't eaten for a long time. Fill your stomach first. Lu Chun took out the equipment from his storage ring and placed it in front of the limitless sword. See, I was thinking about you. The chances of getting a true god weapon was extremely low. However, the equipment's level wasn't low. They were at least half god weapons. There were even 1 or 2 god weapons. Seeing that Lu Chun left so many high-level equipment for him, the limitless sword finally felt better. So many. It's a pity that the weapon spirits of these god weapons aren't here. They can only increase attributes, but not skills. Those weapon spirits have all become weapon spirit puppets. Lu Chun said regretfully. But it's not bad to be able to increase attributes. Seeing the limitless sword happily devouring, Lu Chun finally let out a sigh of relief. Money really does make the world go round. After taking out the limitless sword, Lu Chun thought for a while. Mulong still needed a few more days. He didn't have anything else to prepare. So he took out the psychic immortal jade and the broken fire rod. Lu Chun had to do it personally to awaken the weapon spirits. He carefully placed the 5 psychic immortal jade next to the magic staff. Then, the fire rod and the psychic immortal jade reacted. Strands of spirit chi circled around the magic staff before being sucked into the magic staff. When all the spirit chi in the 5 psychic immortal jade was sucked dry, the originally sparkling and translucent jade turned into a dull gray stone. Still not enough? Lu Chun took out another 10 psychic immortal jade. 2 hours later, Lu Chun was crying. Xiao Wei hasn't woken up yet. I only have 20 psychic immortal jade left. This time, he placed all the 20 psychic immortal jade around the magic staff. Strands of spirit chi moistened the magic staff. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Are you the one who woke me up? Lu Chun felt a force suddenly sucking him into another space. He looked around. This place was surrounded by mountains. In the middle of the valley, there was a lake as calm as a mirror. The main spirit vein of the god devil sacred courtyard. Lu Chun recognized this place at a glance. Not long after, a crystal coffin rose from the lake. The lid of the coffin opened automatically, and a pink figure came out of the crystal coffin. Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei stared at Lu Chun. She slowly walked over from the lake until she was in front of Lu Chun. No matter who you are, thank you. Xiao Wei bowed slightly to Lu Chun. Senior Xiao Wei is too polite. I was entrusted by Senior Heaven pilfering. Fortunately, I woke you up. Lu Chun said. Senior Xiao Wei, are you feeling better now? Since I've woken up, I'm fine. It's just that I don't like this place. Xiao Wei looked around, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She waved her arm, and the surrounding environment instantly turned into a starry sky. At this moment, Lu Chun and Xiao Wei were standing in the vast starry sky. The main spirit vein of the god-devil sacred courtyard was where Wu Yin had imprisoned Xiao Wei. She naturally hated this place. Wu Yin has already fallen. Xiao Wei sighed. All of this has finally come to an end. Lu Chun knew that to Xiao Wei, this was simply a nightmare that had lasted for 1,000 years. Now that she had woken up again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Chapter 13-14. Is Heaven Stealing doing well? Xiaoming calmed her mixed feelings and looked at Lu Chun. He's doing well. My friend is repairing his Dharma body. Did he recognize you as his master because he wanted you to save me? Lu Chun thought about it. He did not have a transactional relationship with Heaven Stealing, so he had to explain. It's a long story. In short, Heaven Stealing and I got to know each other after a fight. Since I had the magic divine staff, he asked me to wake you up. Xiaoming frowned slightly. I didn't expect Heaven Stealing to recognize me as his master. Xiaoming looked at Lu Chun. Back then, he didn't want to recognize me as his master, but I insisted. Now, he's recognized me as his master, but I've given up. Lu Chun understood what Xiaoming meant. She was not willing to recognize him as her master. If you feel that Xiaoming doesn't know what's good for her, I can return the spiritual energy. Xiaoming looked at Lu Chun quietly. Who would have thought that Lu Chun would just smile and say, Senior Xiaoming, you're being too serious. I didn't have any additional conditions when I agreed to wake you up. Now that you're awake, I have one less thing on my mind. Once my friend fixes the god-slaying spear, I'll let thieving come and see you. Senior Xiaoming, can you send me back? How do I get out of this place? Lu Chun left the weapon spirit space. The magic divine staff looked better than before, but it was still covered in dust. It was hard to imagine that such an ugly weapon had the weapon spirit of that beautiful woman. Although it was a pity that Xiaoming was not willing to recognize him as her master, Lu Chun did not mind. Fortunately, Xiaoming had woken up, so he was relieved. 3 days later, Mulong finally completed the task given to him by Pangu the Immortal and repaired the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear's appearance had changed greatly after it was completely repaired. It was completely black with a metallic luster. There were dark patterns on the spear body, which seemed to be some kind of array. At the same time, the god-slaying spear's attributes had increased greatly. Most importantly, Heaven Stealing said that the last 5 levels of the god-slaying spear could be cultivated. Lu Chun, although you can cultivate it, your spear intent has yet to meet the requirements. It seems that you will have to wait until you comprehend spear intent before you can learn it. Lu Chun nodded. He didn't have the time to learn new skills anyway. After that, Lu Chun told Sky Thief about Xiao Ying's awakening. Xiao Mei is awake. Yes, you should go and see her. Forget it, I'm not going. Why? When I was in the holy courtyard of Wunyan, I looked at her every day. She was just lying there, beautiful in dark gold. But when she woke up, I didn't know how to face her. Lu Chun frowned and was about to say something when Heaven Stealing interrupted. Lu Chun, there is no future between artifact spirits. Our duty is to protect our master. Her awakening is my greatest wish. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Heaven Stealing, you know that I won't ask you to always be by my side. Boss, you still have a lot of things to do. Although you have the limitless sword, there are times when you don't need it to do anything. I, Heaven Stealing, can still share some of your burden. After following you on your expeditions, I can see how incredible the challenges you are facing are. I, Heaven Stealing, swear to follow my master to death. The war is coming soon. I don't want to be distracted. Lu Chun was silent for a long time before finally nodding. There were some things that he couldn't force. Since it was Heaven Stealing's decision, he couldn't change it. Moreover, he would always wear the divine staff. As long as he didn't die, Heaven Stealing and Xiao Ying would meet one day. Lu Chun prepared to leave on the same day. Before leaving, Lu Chun went to see Rhubarb. Rhubarb was still sleeping. Based on this situation, it was unknown if he would sleep until Lu Chun went to the 8th celestial layer. The little critter, the little fur ball, the 3 minor origin beasts, and Lu Yi spontaneously stood in a row. What are you guys doing? Lu Chun looked at the 4 in astonishment. Little Green, why are you with them? Boss, I don't feel at ease letting you go alone. I heard that you're going to set up an arena to defend the arena. You must bring me along. Dad, who are you bringing with you this time? Last time, you brought Little Originator. You can't bring it this time. Creak, creak, creak. Lu Chun couldn't help but want to laugh. These guys were holding it in for too long. I received the Death God command. Our cave is under the protection of Immortal Pangu. Moreover, Yi Fan and the others are also at home. How about this? You guys come with me. Oh yeah. The little critter and the little kid pounced on Lu Chun. The little fur ball jumped on Lu Chun's shoulder and danced with joy. Little Originator was so happy that it accidentally stepped on Rhubarb. Later, Lu Chun bid farewell to Li Shang and the others and embarked on the journey to the demon Immortal Domain alone. 10 wings. With the Death God command, Lu Chun directly summoned 10 wings. With a dragon roar, 10 wings floated in the air. Lu Chun jumped on 10 wings and stood on the dragon's head with his hands behind his back. Let's go to the demon Immortal Domain. Roar. With a roar, 10 wings drilled into the clouds. Looking at the distant Lu Chun, Li Shang took a deep breath. Chen-er, you must be careful. Yi Fan sighed. Master's mount is too domineering. Master, don't worry. We'll take good care of our home. Linglong only felt that time seemed to fly by when she was with Lu Chun. A few months ago, they were still trapped in the Myriad World Labyrinth. Now, the man who was with her had already left on a dragon to conquer the Myriad World Labyrinth. There was a huge defensive array outside the demon Immortal Domain, but it did not stop Lu Chun. It seemed that it was because of the Death God command. Not long after, Lu Chun entered the demon Immortal Domain. 10 wings, go down when you see a city. Mulong said that as long as we show the Death God command, someone will send us to the big city to participate in the immortal battle. 10 minutes later, 10 wings swooped down and found a small city. Above the city, no one was flying. Everyone looked up at the huge dragon. A 10-winged celestial dragon? No way this thing really exists. It actually forced my Kuan Pong to land. I've never heard of any immortal supremacy using a 10-winged celestial dragon as a mount. Who exactly is it? Not long after, the huge dragon disappeared in midair, and a figure fell from the sky. A human. What's going on? Those who can cross the Immortal Domain's defensive array either have a visiting order or are participating in the Interclan Immortal Battle. At this moment, Lu Chun stood in front of the city gate. He looked up and saw the words 100 Demon City written on the gate. Lu Chun immediately walked toward the gate. Stop! A mere human dares to enter my 100 Demon City. Suddenly, a group of guards blocked Lu Chun's path. Lu Chun said calmly, I'm here to participate in the Interclan Immortal Battle. Please let me through. Interclan Immortal Battle? The guards looked at each other and suddenly laughed. So you're here to die. You can enter the 100-demon city. We've left an entrance for you humans. It's there." With that, a guard turned around and pointed at a hole in the wall. Chapter 13:15. Looking at the hole in the wall, Lucien knew what they meant. The guards were still oblivious to the situation and continued to chat among themselves. The human race is becoming more and more afraid of death. It's bad enough that they can't find Sengoku, but they can't even invite a perfected immortal. Instead, they found an itinerant immortal. Speaking of which, this kid is not very capable, but his mount is really tempting. The legendary 10-winged celestial dragon. Even a 7th-stage perfected immortal like me couldn't get it. This trash actually got it. The heavens are really unfair. As they chatted, they finally remembered that someone was standing in front of them. "Hey kid, aren't you going to crawl? If a trash like you wants to enter the city, you're only fit to crawl through the dog hole here." Lucien smiled and slowly raised his hand. A pitch-black spear slowly appeared. Seeing Lu Chun take out his weapon, the guards did not panic at all. "What? You dare to make a move in the Fox Immortal territory? Let me tell you, if you dare to make a move, even the death gods order can't protect you. We have 1,000 ways to make you beg for death." Lu Chun twirled the spear in his hand. Then, a fierce, murderous look suddenly appeared in his eyes. In an instant, the spear shot out like a dragon. The 4 guards were directly pinned to the city gate of the 100-demon city by the spear. Everything happened too suddenly. This time, Lu Chun did not even give a warning and directly killed the 4 guards. At this moment, countless demon immortals looked at the 4 corpses hanging on the city wall in shock. Their faces were still filled with anger and fear, but at this moment, the 4 of them were pinned to the city gate by the god-slaying spear like candied haws. At this moment, the demon immortals clearly saw Lu Chun kill the 4 guards in front of everyone, but no one dared to step forward to stop him. What's going on? The 4 perfected immortals were killed in an instant without any chance to react? That human seems to be an itinerant immortal, but how could he kill the 4 guards in an instant? His movements are too fast. The key is, how dare he? It wasn't until the guards nearby reacted that they cried out in alarm. Someone is attacking the city. A large number of guards rushed over upon hearing the news. As soon as they arrived, they saw the 4 people nailed to the city gates, as well as the human who was standing calmly at the foot of the city gates. Who are you? How dare you kill the guards of the 100-demon city? How dare you? How dare you kill our Yao clan's guards? How dare you? Everyone only surrounded Lu Chun, but did not dare to act rashly. Everyone held their weapons and was 100 times more vigilant, but no one dared to approach. Lu Chun looked at the hundreds of guards around him and snorted coldly. "You asked me what I should do." These 4 knew that I was the death god's messenger of the human clan, but they didn't let me pass and even insulted me. What should they do? Lu Chun slightly narrowed his eyes. Looking at these guards, he said coldly, "I'm the messenger of the death god of the human clan. If you stop me from entering the city, don't blame me for flattening your 100-demon city." After saying that, Lu Chun walked straight to the city gate. With a raise of his hand, the god-slaying spear suddenly pulled itself out from the wall and returned to his hand. The 4 guards fell from midair and collapsed at Lu Chun's feet. Lu Chun did not even look at them. He only snorted coldly and spat out 2 words in disdain. "Trash! Stop right there." A tiger demon suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chun. From his attire, it was obvious that he was of a different level from the ordinary guards. The tiger demon stared at Lu Chun, as though he wanted to continue denouncing him. Lu Chun lifted his chin slightly and looked at him quietly. "You want to stop me?" The tiger demon did not reply, and Lu Chun did not speak either. The 2 of them just stood there. Although the 2 of them did not speak, a silent contest was going on quietly, as though they were secretly playing a game. One of them seemed to be saying, "How dare you kill people in the tiger demon immortal territory? How dare you flatten the 100-demon city?" The other seemed to be saying, "How dare you stop me?" After a moment, the tiger demon finally spoke. "You're courting death." Without waiting for the tiger demon to finish speaking, Lu Chun suddenly moved. With a swift shadow spear, he instantly appeared in front of the tiger demon. The cold, pitch-black spear tip was pressed against the tiger demon's throat. The tiger demon's eyes widened. So fast. Lu Chun did not stab the tiger demon with a spear. He just looked at the tiger demon indifferently. Ask your supervisor to come out. I am. Lu Chun sized up the tiger demon and snorted. You're not even a Sengoku. Are you sure you're the supervisor? The 100-demon city is just a small border city. There are many itinerant immortals here. I'm an 8 tribulation, 8-star, true immortal. I was sent here to supervise this city. With that said, the tiger demon tried to take something out from his waist. However, he was a little afraid when he saw Lu Chen's god-slaying spear. I have the City Lord token. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you. Only then did Lu Chun put down his spear. Then, the tiger demon took out the City Lord token and showed it to Lu Chun. Lu Chun nodded. Since you're the City Lord, I have something to ask you. Let's find a quiet place. The tiger demon now knew very well that the human opposite him had extremely terrifying strength. He did not even have the right to exchange a single blow with him. All he could do was obediently lead the way. Mulong had said that as long as one was strong enough, one could ignore the rules. After killing the 4 people in seconds, the tiger demon was ultimately defeated by him. Now, the tiger demon could only serve Lu Chun respectfully. How should I address you, sir? Asked the tiger demon. Solipsistic, answered Lu Chun. The tiger demon thought for a moment and said, the 4 of them knew that you were a human's envoy, but they still tried to stop you. It was indeed the 100-demon city's fault for being rude. Lu Chun said coldly, how should I address you? 10 tigers. City Lord 10 tigers. Your subordinates try to stop me from entering the city because of your lack of guidance. This matter is not something that can be settled with just a few words from you. The tiger demon thought that this fellow was really arrogant. He had killed their people in their territory, yet he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was calm and looked like he wanted to denounce them. Unfortunately, due to Lu Chen's strength, the tiger demon could only nod in agreement. Then, what does Sir Lone Kwang want? 10 tigers probed. Lu Chun said indifferently, City Lord 10 tigers, before going to the immortal arena, I want to ask you about something. If you can provide me with useful information, I can let bygones be bygones. What does Sir want to ask about? I want to ask about a person. Lu Chun said, the mystic spirit race's loose immortal Qianji came to the demon race's immortal domain a few days ago. Is he still in the demon race's immortal domain? Only then did the tiger demon let out a sigh of relief. Solipsistic was only asking about an unrelated person. Qianji did come to the demon race, but he did not come to our small city. I know some news about him. About a month ago, he left the demon race's immortal domain and went to the god descendant race's immortal domain. Lu Chun was instantly disappointed. Qianji had already left. He was still too late. Unfortunately, he had the death god's token. Since he came to the demon race's immortal domain, he could only leave after completing the arena. It seemed that he had to speed up. Okay, I understand. Lu Chun said indifferently. Now, send me to the biggest city on your side. I want to set up an arena. Biggest city? The bigger the immortal city, the more experts there will be. That's right. Let's go to the biggest city. Lu Chun said with certainty. The human race has been weak for 1,000 years, and let the 10,000 races be humiliated for 1,000 years. They even want to start a war against the human race. Since that's the case, I will let the 10,000 races see how prosperous the human race is. Chapter 13:16. The largest immortal city of the demon race was undoubtedly the demon immortal city. There were 4 immortal supremacies in the city alone. Sengoku had countless true immortals. The itinerant immortals could only trade and do odd jobs in the outer city. A itinerant immortal was buying medicinal seeds when he suddenly realized that many true immortal Sengoku were rushing to the inner city. Immortal Master, what are they doing? His immortal master frowned slightly, his face also filled with confusion. At this moment, he received a voice transmission. Brother Jade Lizard, hurry to the demon immortal arena. The death god token of the human race uses the death god token of the supreme death god. They've already set up an arena in the arena. What? The death god token of the supreme death god? The true immortal's eyes widened. Flower demon, go back after buying the seeds. I'll go to the arena. With that, he rushed out of the door and rushed to the arena with the crowd. The Demon Immortal City Immortal Arena was the largest arena in the Demon Immortal realm. It could hold hundreds of thousands of spectators. As for the arena, it was prepared for the immortal venerables. Its range was extremely wide, just like a small plane. It was paved with the sturdiest black tortoise stone. There were 3 layers of defensive arrays around it. At this moment, a Sengoku of the demon race was giving an impassioned speech on the stage. Fellow immortals of the demon race, the death god token of the human race has come to the demon immortal realm. This wasn't a funny opening at all, but it caused an uproar. Ha ha ha, he actually dares to come to the demon immortal realm. He must be tired of living. I think so. Since he thinks he's going to die, he might as well challenge the demon race. At least he'll have some face. Trash of the human race. Your nest is almost gone, and you still dare to set up an arena in the demon immortal realm? Quickly come out and let me take a look. Which piece of trash is this? The host raised his hand, and the audience quieted down. Also, he brought the death god token of the human race. The audience was in an uproar again. Is it Panga's token? Good. Pangu didn't dare to come to the demon immortal realm. This time, he'll leave the death god token of the demon race. It wasn't easy for the human race to have Pangu, who won some face for the human race. But you people are so full of yourselves that you dare to come to the monster race. The host also had a contemptuous smile on his face. Fellow immortals, you all know that the inter-race immortal battle is related to the reputation of each race. Therefore, don't rush to get on the stage. You can only get on the stage after the registration and the approval of the 4 immortal primes. Don't mess up the order just to fight for credit. With that, Sengoku tossed out an image stone. This image stone will transmit the scene of the battle to the human immortal domain. Although the projection stone can transmit images, life and death in the immortal battle arena is not a matter of life and death. As for whether you want to give him a quick death or play with him however you want, that is none of our business. All right, now, let's invite this courageous human fellow immortal to the stage. When the host said the words courage and insight, he deliberately dragged out the word. The sarcasm was very obvious, and it attracted another round of laughter from the audience. Courage and insight? Was there something wrong with his head? Amidst the mocking laughter, a tall man in a black robe slowly walked out from the entrance. When Lu Chun appeared, there was already a wave of boos. Human dog. Did he come through the dog hole? Yo, am I seeing things? The immortal path is not open. A loose immortal? The human race is too cowardly. They are afraid that Sengoku will die here, so they sent a loose immortal to his death. Do you human scum have any shame? A demon was cursing at the image stone. Human brat, we will definitely make you beg for death later. We will teach you a good lesson. At the same time, in the human race's heaven-splitting city, there were also tens of thousands of people sitting in the immortal battle arena. However, there was no one fighting in the immortal battle arena. There was a projection stone that was projecting the scene of the immortal battle arena in the demon god city. In a glass room high up, there were 3 people standing side by side, all of them watching the image being projected by the projection stone. How are the 3 people you sent out now? The woman on the left asked the man standing in the middle. The man had his hands behind his back and was watching the image on the image stone. At this moment, his appearance could not be seen clearly. Only his deep voice could be heard. Among the 3, one went to the goblin immortal realm and was killed in 2 rounds. One went to the water spirit race and was killed in the 3rd round. This is the last one. There was not much emotion in his voice. The last one went to the demon race. The other man stood side by side with the 2 of them. The demon race is not on the same level as the goblins and the water spirits. The man in the middle nodded. He went to the demon race to find someone. After the woman learned the inside story, she did not say much. With their status and experience, there was nothing they had not seen or heard. It was not easy to surprise them. These demons really do not take the human race seriously. They actually dared to openly provoke the projection stone. The human race has been weak for a long time. In the Jiuqian, the human race has been in such a state since the third heaven. The three of them only exchanged a few words before continuing to watch the projection stone. At this moment, the Sengoku and perfected immortals below the stage also saw the arrogance of the demon race, but they were also used to it. But when they saw the human race man on the stage, some of them were shocked. Is he really an itinerant immortal? What is going on? This year, the immortal Master Pangu is looking for someone. You should not be looking for an itinerant immortal, right? Then won't he be tortured to death? Sigh. Not only will he be killed by the demon race, they will definitely not let go of this point and say that there is no one in the human race. In the audience, there were 5 people who reacted differently from the other immortals. Jiu Yifan, Linglong, Mulong, Feng Wu. At this moment, even they could feel that the entire world was mocking that man. He had no one to rely on. Yifan, is the projection stone ready? Li Shang and the rest are very worried about Lu Chun. Jiu asked. Yifan nodded. It's ready. These human race immortals are really annoying. Master is fighting for the human race, but they're still here making sarcastic remarks. Mu Long suddenly said, these humans have already lost their confidence. This is the humility that has been formed for a long time. With that, Mu Long looked at the projection stone. Lu Chun come back alive. Not long after, Lu Chun was already standing in the center of the immortal arena. He looked up and saw countless demon race members cursing, humiliating, and mocking him. At this moment, Lu Chun suddenly smiled. Wasn't this what he had been facing all along? Those who mocked him, those who looked down on him, those who wanted to kill him, including those immortal masters who wanted his life, and even the Jiuqian. Layers and layers of mountains were pressing down on him, and he had never retreated. Lu Chun cracked his neck and moved his wrists. Then, he looked up and shouted at the hundreds of thousands of demon race members. I, the human race solipsistic immortal, am here. Today, I am here to flatten your demon race immortal arena. Chapter 13:17. Lu Chen's voice reverberated in the arena. Every word was deafening. The demon immortal arena was dead silent. The human immortal arena was also dead silent. Since ancient times, there have been countless outstanding figures. Only one person dared to say such arrogant words in front of all the alien races. Feng Wu slowly turned to look at Mulong, but her eyes were still fixed on the back of the person in the shadow stone. Mulong, I finally understand what you said that day. I was wrong about this guy. This guy can be called the #1 madman of all time. Mulong tilted his head slightly and added, the #1 madman. In the glass room on the top floor, the 3 immortal supremacies were speechless when they saw this. After a long while, the woman said, this guy is a little interesting. The man on the right said, I only hope that he has the strength to match his arrogance. A moment later, waves of angry shouts, each louder than the last, rose up in the demon race immortal battle arena. Human trash, what did you say? Flatten the demon immortal arena? You think you're worthy? How arrogant. The demon immortal realm has many talents. We're much stronger than you humans. How dare you come to the demon immortal realm and spout nonsense? You're just an itinerant immortal. How dare you? See if we don't tear you apart later. In the face of hundreds of thousands of angry demon immortals, Lu Chun snorted and looked at the host. Hey, let's begin. The host glared at Lu Chun. Great, we can't wait either. If you want to kill this person, report to Bear Emperor Sengoku immediately. This time, the entire audience was in an uproar. When a human saw the situation over there, hundreds of thousands of people wanted nothing more than to go up on stage and kill Solipsistic. Yifan couldn't help but click his tongue. How strange. There are so many people. Master will probably be trampled to death. Jiu looked at Lu Chen nervously. She couldn't help but worry for him. Linglong stole a glance at Jiu and gently held Jiu's hand. Don't worry. They have to go up one by one. Otherwise, the entire demon clan will not be able to survive in the seventh heaven. The group attack command is regarded as a violation of the agreement of the myriad races. The myriad races will launch the myriad races immortal war. As long as there are immortal venerables present, they will not allow this to happen. Jiao looked at Ling Long gratefully. Senior Ling Long, thank you. You don't have to call me senior, just call me big sister. Ling Long's words were indeed true. No matter how agitated the demons were, they still did not dare to attack together. Bear Emperor Sengoku received the Celestial Sovereign's instructions and chose a 9-star true immortal for the first round. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, this lucky man strode up the ring with his head held high. At the same time, their battle records were displayed one after another. Challenger, Bone Demon Sansheng, Immortal Realm, 9-star True Immortal, Immortal Battle Record, 32 battles, 32 victories. Wow, a total of 32 wins. How many immortal wars had this guy fought? Furthermore, it was a complete victory. He is definitely one of the top experts among 9-star True Immortals. Don't you know Sansheng? He is known as the Martial Madman, invincible among those of the same level. He is a 9-tribulation True Immortal. There is no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. To deal with such a trash, isn't it a bit too much to let Sansheng go up? This is the Celestial Sovereign's intention. Don't talk nonsense. At this moment, the information of the defending side also came out. Solipsistic, Immortal Realm, none, Immortal Battle Record, 72 victories. When the group of people saw this line of information, their brains immediately short-circuited. Without an Immortal Realm, they naturally thought that Lu Chun was an itinerant immortal, and the battle between itinerant immortals did not count. In other words, this guy's battle records were all obtained from the competition with true immortals. Sansheng's immortal battle could challenge low-level true immortals, but Solipsistic's immortal battle had to be a battle of a higher level. And it was a battle between itinerant immortals and true immortals. Moreover, he won all 72 battles. This guy's battle record is real. How can an itinerant immortal challenge a true immortal? Don't be scared by his battle record. Although he is fighting above his level, his opponents are all from the human race. How strong can they be? Yeah, some itinerant immortals in higher tribulations are stronger than low-level true immortals in lower tribulations. That guy is so arrogant. It is not impossible for him to challenge a true immortal. At this moment, Bone Demon Sansheng also saw Lu Chen's battle record. He sneered, "Oh, it seems that you are more powerful than the trash." Lu Chen looked at that person indifferently. Solipsistic, you could be arrogant in your human race, but your mistake is that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and came to our demon race's immortal realm to show off. Sorry, I don't care how many victories you have. In front of me, you don't even have a chance. Lu Chun still did not speak. What? Scared? Where's your arrogance just now? Are you mute after seeing an expert? Lu Chun turned to look at the timer. There were still 3 seconds left. Don't worry, Solipsistic, I will torture you to death in front of all the human race. I will let those trash know their identity, so that no one will come here to behave atrociously next time. With a ding, the first battle began. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in Lu Chen's hand. His whole body turned into a star state at an incredible speed like lightning and directly shot out the spear. Before Bone Demon Sansheng could finish his words, he felt a fierce spiritual power that was difficult to dodge and hard to resist, shooting straight at his throat. With a poof, Lu Chun appeared behind him in an instant. Bone Demon Sansheng touched his throat. There was already a big hole in it, and blood was flowing out unstoppably. In just a moment, the Martial Madman, a 9-star true immortal who was invincible at the same level, had been killed. The entire immortal arena was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the audience stared with their eyes wide open, looking at this scene in disbelief, as if they were in a dream. Sansheng was killed by an immortal. Lu Chun said indifferently, "Sorry, I am in a hurry and have no time to kill you. I can only kill you instantly. Goo goo. Bone Demon Sansheng still wanted to say something, but he could not speak at all. Only the sound of blood spurting out could be heard. Not long after, Bone Demon Sansheng, a 9 9-star, true immortal, fell to the ground and died. Lu Chun could not be bothered to look at this person anymore. He looked up at the hundreds of thousands of demon race immortals, and finally his eyes fell on Bear Emperor Sengoku. Hey, that black bear. I am in a hurry. The remaining 4 battles will come together. After saying that, Lu Chun did not forget to add, "Oh right, don't send this kind of trash." Bear Emperor slapped the table and stood up. Solipsistic, don't be arrogant. You want to die, right? For battles together? This is what you said. You voluntarily gave up the chance to leave the demon race immortal realm after 3 battles. Fine, I will fulfill your wish. Purple Eye, Eagle King, Een Tiger, Elephant Deity. For Sengoku, please come out. Hearing these 4 names, even the human race immortal arena was in an uproar. Is this solipsistic crazy? He voluntarily asked to fight 1 against 4? This time he has really angered the demon race. Those 4 all-peak 9-star Sengoku, famous Sengoku of the demon race. Their strength is amazing. A single immortal fighting 4-peak 9-star Sengoku. I am afraid I am not dreaming. Feng Wu said with a trembling voice. He is not only arrogant, he is simply crazy. He has gone mad. Chapter 13-18. The 4 9-star Sengoku entered the arena at the same time. The Fey Immortal Arena erupted in cheers that grew louder and louder. For Sengoku, tear that guy apart. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Rip his heart out, peel his skin, and pull out his tendons. Make him regret saying such arrogant words just now. A human dares to come to our Fey immortal realm to strut around. We must teach him a lesson. The immortal kings of the 4 great demon clans walked out amidst the cheers of countless people. They jumped down from the stands and stood in 4 directions of Lu Chun at the same time. All 4 of them had obvious animal characteristics. Purple Eye had cat ears and a cat nose, while the Eagle King had wings. Een Tiger had a tiger head and a tiger tail. The Elephant God was huge, standing over 3 meters tall and covered in grayish-white skin. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Speaking of which, he could also be a Fey. After all, in the state of celestial demon symbiosis, he also had fox ears. No, he was not a Fey. It was just a remnant of a wild monster's appearance. The 4 Sengoku stared coldly at Lu Chun. The Elephant God said in a low voice, "Kid, you want to take on all 4 of us? You didn't expect us to agree to your request, did you?" Een Tiger snorted coldly. "Fine. Isn't there a shadow stone over there? We'll let your fellow Fey see your end. Otherwise, there will be more and more people like you who don't know their limits. Don't kill him so quickly. Let him enjoy it. What do you mean he can't die even if he wants to?" Lu Chun looked at the 4 of them calmly. "I advise you to do your best. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to regret it. Also, that big worm, you're right. In the future, there will be more people like me among the human race, conquering all other races." Purple Eye laughed strangely. "Conquering? You humans don't deserve to be called that. Who do you think you are? Why is the token you have called the Death Token? Just because you have this token, it's like being named by the King of Hell. Death is certain." Lu Chun pursed his lips. "King of Hell? I'm sorry, but one of the people I killed was called King of Hell. What I'm holding is indeed the Death God's token, but I understand it differently." Lu Chun's lips curled into a faint smile. "Remember, if you see the Death God's token in my hand in the future, it means that the Death God has come to take your life." The 4 great Sengoku glared at Lu Chun. This person was truly arrogant to the extreme. Arrogant. I'll tear your mouth apart first. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone was watching the match attentively, not daring to blink for fear of missing any scene. Ding! The match has begun. All 4 Sengokus activated their status at the same time. Behind them, gigantic life-bound beast god phantoms appeared, surrounding Lu Chun in the middle. Lu Chun activated Celestial Demon Symbiosis, Dragon God Form, Celestial Demon Heaven's Might, War, God Possession, and Devil Transformation. With Celestial Demon Symbiosis activated, a god and a demon phantoms suddenly appeared. Facing the four great beast gods' attacks, their momentum was not weak at all. Immortal Technique. Mighty Elephant shakes the earth. The first to attack was the Elephant God. In an instant, he flashed to Lu Chen's side. His arms transformed into giant elephant leg phantoms, slamming into the ground fiercely. Mighty Elephant shakes the earth was indeed an immortal technique. It added an instant movement. When he moved to the enemy's side, Mighty Elephant shakes the earth was completed almost instantly. Its Mighty Elephant shakes the earth. It can shake the spirit core and disperse the spiritual energy in the body. It's one of the most difficult control techniques to resist. Mulong widened his eyes, nervously watching the image stone. In the nick of time, Lu Chun suddenly spread his wings and soared into the sky. No matter how powerful Mighty Elephant shakes the earth was, it transmitted its spiritual energy through the ground to shake the opponent's spirit core. As long as he left the ground, he could dodge the attack. Feng Wu cried out, "Oh no, Lu Chun has fallen into the trap." The Eagle King was accumulating energy just then. I think he's waiting for a powerful attack. As expected, as soon as Lu Chun rose into the air, the light above his head dimmed. "Nice one, kid. You dodged Mighty Elephant shakes the earth." Unfortunately, the sky is my territory. The real killer move is here. Immortal Technique. Eagle God captures the dragon. A pair of giant eagle claws, which were over 100 meters long, swiped at Lu Chun at lightning speed. Right at this moment, Lu Chun's feet suddenly stomped on the void, and his entire body suddenly shot up into the sky. "I've been waiting for you." Spear of Speed. Cries of surprise came from the spectators' stands. It's spiritual manipulation. Is this guy really an immortal? Can immortals learn spiritual manipulation? I've seen cultivators who can use spiritual manipulation as well, but his spiritual energy is like a book, and his spiritual energy is like a physical object. I can't believe he can withstand such a powerful force. He must have reached the peak of spiritual manipulation. There was a loud bang in the air as the eagle god captures the dragon collided with the spear of speed. A ring of spiritual energy exploded in the air and crashed into the defensive formation of the immortal arena with another boom. The Eagle King was indeed a level 9 Sengoku cultivator. Even the 7 Spear of Speed wasn't enough to kill him. One of them was knocked back into the air, while Lu Chun fell to the ground like a cannonball. That guy, Inhu looked at the falling Lu Chun in astonishment. If he can fight the Eagle King to a standstill in the air, I'm sure he's not an immortal cultivator. Zitong, break one of his limbs first, in case anything happens. All right. The two of them unleashed their spiritual energy at the same time and leaped into the air, planning to intercept Lu Chun in midair. Jior was already grabbing Ling Long's sleeve tightly. The 4 Sengoku are really working together. They're not giving Nameless a chance to breathe. It was 1 against 4. If the 4 Sengoku were fighting separately, the pressure would be much less. But now, the 4 Sengoku were working together, and their moves were interlocked, leaving no chance for Lu Chun. Oh no, Lu Chun's in danger. Seeing that Inhu and Zitong were about to kill Lu Chun suddenly roared and twisted his body in midair. At the same time, he used spiritual energy to form a wall behind him. He himself had to break through 5 spirit energy walls in a row before he was able to stop himself. The sky is your territory? Dream on. Lu Chun glared angrily at the Eagle King, who was flying away. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, he roared, 9 steps in the void. Lu Chun stepped on the void, and his figure shot into the sky. Inhu and Zitong looked at each other and used spiritual manipulation at the same time, using the materialized spiritual energy to chase after Lu Chun. However, their spiritual manipulation was not as good as Lu Chun's, and Lu Chun quickly left them in the dust. Eagle King, be careful. This guy's spiritual manipulation has reached its peak. Enhu roared at the Eagle King. The speed at which they materialized their spiritual energy could not keep up with Lu Chen's. The blood chi in the Eagle King's body was still churning, and his spiritual energy was in a mess. What frightened him even more was that the human itinerant immortal had dissolved the spiritual energy attack of the Eagle God, capturing the dragon so quickly. He stepped into the air and charged at him again. Lu Chen had been able to stop himself so quickly because he had not hesitated to hit the spiritual energy walls repeatedly, injuring himself. This guy is so ferocious. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had caught up with the Eagle King. Lu Chen roared, "Die! God-slaying spear, heavenly fury spear." Chapter 13:19. A giant silhouette of the God-slaying spear appeared in the air. At the same time, the Jotian star converted Lu Chen's elemental affinity to fire. In the stands, countless immortals couldn't help but stand up and stare at the Heaven's Wrath spear in shock. There was also a glass room on the demon stage. Right now, the three of them were staring at the terrifying attack in shock. Heaven's Wrath spear? This isn't Wild Spear Heavenly Master's move. That black spear, is it really the Void God-slaying spear? Yin Ling has already reached the transformative stage, and his attack is comparable to a 9-star Sengoku. His fire elemental attack is so terrifying. And Wild Spear, Heavenly Master's Void God-slaying spear. Who on earth is this solipsistic? Why does he have such terrifying combat power when he hasn't even opened his path to immortality? What's his fire elemental affinity? Judging from the power of the flame in this spear, it's at least 30,000. The spear of heaven and earth could destroy heaven and earth. Eagle King tried to block it with his spirit shield, but in the raging flames, his spirit shield was instantly destroyed. Then, the black spear flashed, and like a ball of black flame, it pierced right through Eagle King's body. In an instant, Eagle King's entire abdomen was burned to ashes. Eagle King, who was skilled in aerial combat, fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. The entire immortal arena was so quiet that no one made a sound, because everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Aerial combat? A 9-star Sengoku? 1 against 4? No, that didn't change the final result at all. In the hands of Solipsistic, even a 9-star Sengoku could kill his opponent in one move. In the human immortal realm, the noisy immortal arena was eerily quiet. At this moment, the minds of those who had said that Lone Tyrant was courting death were in chaos. They stared at the image projected by the projection stone with wide eyes, as if they had seen something unimaginable. Their faces were full of horror. It had been thousands of years since they became immortals. Now, there was still someone who changed their worldview. How unbelievable! Feng Wu's mouth hung open for a long time, but she couldn't say a word. After much difficulty, she finally regained her composure and said to Mulong, "Lu Chen, he killed the Eagle King, just like that." Mulong was speechless as well. Feng Wu was asking him, but he had no idea. A few months ago, when he fought with Lu Chen, that guy wasn't this terrifying. Feng Wu didn't seem to expect Mulong to tell her the truth. She only sighed. "Oh my God, he killed the Eagle King right under En Tiger, Purple Eye, and Elephant God's noses." It was clearly Eagle King and the others' killing move, but they were instantly killed instead. Ever since Mammoth shakes the earth, Lu Chen should have been on the defensive. However, he had forcibly turned the passive situation into an active one. As the saying went, it was better to break one finger than to injure all 10. This was especially true when one was fighting against many. Lu Chen had directly killed one of the 4 Sengoku. Tactics, experience, reflexes, the use of moves, actual combat strength. Lu Chen has no shortcomings in any of these areas. Feng Wu sighed. "I can't imagine how terrifying he would be if he really opened the path to immortality." Mulong finally had a chance to speak. Actually, although he didn't open the path to immortality, he opened a path that no one has ever walked before. Damn it, can fishing really make someone so powerful? As a Sengoku, Mulan couldn't help but swear. How could an idler who had reached the immortal level in fishing make such rapid progress? It didn't make any sense. On the other side, Yi Fan heaved a sigh. Master is too powerful. As his disciple, I have to work as hard as I can. I can't embarrass him. On the battlefield, Lu Chen opened his demonic bloodbone wings and looked down at the three venerated immortals on the ground. He finally had time to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He didn't feel good after hitting the spiritual power wall repeatedly. However, it was still within acceptable range. Moreover, it was the fastest way to turn the tables. At that moment, the three Sengoku looked at Lu Chen in a completely different way. Before, they didn't think much of Lu Chen at all. But now, the three of them unconsciously surrounded Lu Chen and looked at him as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Our cooperation should have been flawless, but he actually killed the Eagle King. Damn it, this guy is so powerful. Don't panic. We were careless before. Now, let's show our true strength. I don't believe that there's anyone below the venerated immortal level that we can't kill, even if the three of us work together. Just then, Lu Chen swooped down and stood in front of the three of them. I told you to do your best. If you had listened to me, I might have had to waste more energy to kill him. Now that there are only three of you left, you have no chance at all. The three Sengoku stared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smirked. What? You don't believe me? With that, Lu Chen swung his left arm down. Instantly, that arm became different from usual. On the human body, there was a demon god's arm. It was huge. Just the arm alone was about the size of Lu Chen's entire body. This is the demon god's arm. No, it's the emptiness of God's and demon's arm. The elephant god squinted. This guy has the celestial demon's heavenly might, the celestial demon 9 transformations, and the emptiness of God's and demon's arm. Celestial demon's fate-defying? He collected all 3 celestial demons fate-defying. He didn't use his full strength just now. Lu Chen shook his head and snorted. You guys know nothing about me. Holding the gun in his left hand, Lu Chen's eyes were like torches. Sorry, I'm looking for someone. I don't have time to waste with you guys. This shot ends the battle. This time, the surrounding audience didn't have much of a reaction. After all, they already knew how arrogant this guy was. Anyway, it was only right for him to say something arrogant. Damn it. How dare you look down on us? Kill. Just as the 3 Sengoku were about to rush over, Lu Chen instantly sent out thousands of sword chi. Tiger descends the mountain. Saint Lotus Sword Essence. While the opponents were blocking the Saint Lotus Sword Essence, Lu Chen was already accumulating power. Seeing that it was too late to stop him, the 3 hurriedly pushed back the Saint Lotus Sword Essence. Not good, he's going to attack. Use your ultimate move. At the same time, the 3 of them accumulated power and used their ultimate moves. At this moment, Lu Chen had finished accumulating power. The God-slaying spear's body flashed with flames. Void attack, God-slaying void spear, Heaven's Wrath Spear. This time, the Heaven's Wrath Spear's power was even more terrifying than the previous one. The entire immortal arena seemed to have been engulfed in flames. At the same time, the temperature rose sharply. Spiritual energy tumbled and crazily hit the defensive shield. A black and red spear shadow, hundreds of meters long, shot toward the 3 Sengoku. The 3 Sengoku used their ultimate moves at the same time. Immortal Technique. Heavenly Tiger swallows the sun. Star Annihilation. Immortal Technique. 9 lives, 9 revolutions of heaven and earth. Immortal Technique. Heaven shattering earth. 10,000 elephants trampling the 3 realms. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven's Wrath Spear collided with the 3 Immortal Technique ultimate moves. Heaven and earth shook. Countless cracks appeared on the ground of the immortal arena, and gravel crazily smashed into the defensive array. Countless people stared at the spear that resisted the 3 demons' ultimate moves. Chapter 1320. With a deafening boom, the defensive array, which was said to be able to withstand the power of an immortal prime, was crazily hit by hundreds of waves of spiritual energy until the first two defensive arrays collapsed. Of the three legendary defensive arrays, the third one wasn't even activated. As a result, the entire demon race immortal arena was engulfed in a storm of spiritual energy. Hundreds of thousands of demon race immortals had no choice but to activate their defensive shields to withstand the violent spiritual energy waves. The spectators' stands were severely damaged, and some true immortals were sent flying. The entire immortal arena was in chaos. However, all the experts who had the ability to withstand the spiritual energy waves didn't care about what was happening around them. Their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. That enormous spear first pierced through 9 lives, 9 revolutions of the universe, and then pierced through heavenly tiger, swallowing the sun, star annihilation. After resisting for a moment, heaven shattering earth, 10,000 elephant stomping the 3 realms was finally unable to withstand the crazy, offensive power of the heaven's fury spear and the terrifying burning flames, and finally collapsed. The god-slaying spear went straight in and hit the 3 Sengoku. Solipsistic instantly appeared behind the 3 of them. After one move, Solipsistic suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body swayed. It looked like he couldn't continue. However, the demon race's desire to see Solipsistic fall to the ground and die didn't appear. He only overused his spiritual energy and damaged his physical body, but he still stood. After a while, Solipsistic's condition improved slightly. He took a deep breath, spun the spear, and then put away the void, god-slaying spear. However, the 3 Sengoku behind Solipsistic didn't have it easy. A big hole was burned in their chests. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and their bodies didn't move. Solipsistic. Suddenly, the elephant god said, "What level are you at?" "Human king." Luchin only replied with 2 words. "Human king. Human king realm. You're at the human king realm. But why are you so strong?" "Impossible. This is impossible. I, the great Sengoku, can't beat a human king." Lu Chen's indifferent voice came from behind. "You all follow the will of the heavens and cultivate to become immortals. But I only seek to have a clear conscience, so I can't become an immortal. However, if anyone tries to stop me, I, the human king, will kill them regardless of whether they are immortals or demons." Upon hearing Lu Chen's last words, Purple Eye was the first to collapse, followed by Een Tiger and Elephant God. 4 corpses were scattered all over the immortal arena. Eagle King, Zitong, Een Tiger, Elephant God. The 4 famous 9-star Sengoku of the demon race had all died in battle. The audience was completely silent. The host was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chun staggered to the center of the arena and calmly said to the hundreds of thousands of demon clan immortals, "I, the human clan, Solipsistic, the supreme death god envoy, have set up the arena in the demon clan immortal arena. 5 matches have ended. 5 battles, 5 victories. Is there anyone who disagrees?" Below the stage, there was still complete silence. Who would have any objections now? If all the contestants had been true immortals, they would have been dissatisfied. If the contestants had been low-star Sengoku, they would have been dissatisfied. However, in these 5 battles, the first had been a 9-star Sengoku scouting the way. After that, the Solipsistic had taken on 4 of the demon race's famous 9-star Sengoku alone. There was no victory more convincing than this. In the demon realm, no one below the venerated immortal level could defeat this person. None of the hundreds of thousands of immortals were dissatisfied. In the human immortal arena, tens of thousands of immortals couldn't help but stand up. No matter what they'd said about the Solipsistic before, everyone was now on their feet. Out of the 3 death god tokens, only 1 supreme death god token remained. However, no one had expected that lone tyrant would be able to rely on his own strength to sweep through the entire immortal arena of the demon race. Not only had he won, but he'd also established his authority in Demon God City. He'd intimidated hundreds of thousands of demon clan immortals. This Solipsistic is too domineering. I never thought that a single human could make hundreds of thousands of demon realm monsters bow down to him. So he wasn't being arrogant from the start. He was just saying something that he had to win, whether he's a human monarch or a wandering immortal. The solipsistic is the number one human below the venerated immortal level. Gior stared at the tottering figure. That man had gone to the demon realm alone and faced hundreds of thousands of demon realm monsters, yet he'd stubbornly refused to bow his head. Most importantly, he'd used his own strength to silence all those who doubted him. The Bear Emperor flashed onto the stage, his eyes fixed on Lu Chun. In response, Lu Chun looked back coolly. "Hey Bear, are you dissatisfied?" The Bear Emperor glared at Lu Chun. He stared at Lu Chun for a few seconds, but Lu Chun continued to look at him calmly. After a moment, the Bear Emperor finally spoke. "Hand over the death God decrees." "What for? I'll stamp it for you," the Bear Emperor said unwillingly. Lu Chun smiled and threw a token to the Bear Emperor. The Bear Emperor took the token and glanced at the rare metal token. Taking a deep breath, he took out an engraved stamp and imprinted it with his spiritual energy. Then, he threw the Death God Decrees to Lu Chun. "Don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you. You can leave now." Lu Chun took the token and glanced at it. There was a small square stamp on it, with 4 words written on it. "Demon Race Pass." The corners of Lu Chun's mouth curled up slightly. He waved at the shadow stone and said, "Pangu, 50 million. I'm ready." In the glass room on the top floor of the Immortal Arena, the woman on the left looked at the man in the middle. "That guy's afraid you can't afford the reward." Although the man's voice was still low, his tone was very relaxed. There was even a hint of a smile in it. "That kid, he doesn't trust me, but I really didn't expect him to fight all 5 rounds. I haven't had much money recently. Cough, cough, but when he comes back, I can still prepare 50 million. The man on the right sounded worried. "I'm afraid that with his personality, he might not come back directly. Pangu, you have to prepare more." Lu Chun kept the Death God Decrees and shouted, 10 wings. A huge dragon suddenly appeared in the Immortal Arena. Lu Chun jumped on it and sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. "Let's go. Next stop, God's Descendant Immortal Region." Many people heard Lu Chun's voice, and there was another burst of discussion. "What? God's Descendant? Which God's Descendant? Which God's Descendant? Isn't it just the God's Descendant race? One of the strongest races, the God's Descendant race. He's using the Death God Decrees. I remember that the Death God Decrees can allow him to fight a maximum of 20 rounds. If he can fight all 5 rounds in each immortal region, he can go to 4 immortal regions. Don't tell me he wants to go to the God's Descendant race. This lunatic, he wants to go to the God's Descendant race." Chapter 13:21. Solipsistic's first battle had finally ended. The monster race's immortal domain was in a mess. However, they were not in the mood to care about that. Inside the glass room, everyone was silent for a long time, challenging Sengoku as a human king. What's wrong with this kid? This is no longer a battle of a higher cultivation level. Did you guys notice that he seems to have 4 life reversing divine demons set? Each life reversing divine demon set is extremely difficult to obtain. I wonder how he managed to collect all 4 of them. Don't talk about the life reversing divine demon set. Did you see his 10 wings? Even celestial sovereigns don't have such a mount. He, a human king, actually has 1. I didn't expect such a person to appear in the human race. Luckily, he hasn't matured yet. Otherwise, he would definitely be an important opponent in the War of the 10,000 Races 5 years later. 5 years. This person really hasn't matured yet. There were too many discussions behind him. However, Lu Chun did not care about them. He was already on his way to the next stop. Actually, Lu Chun's victory in the Monster Race's Immortal Arena had already proved that he had the ability to complete the 20 battles of the Supreme Death God Order. He only needed to choose some weaker races. However, Lu Chun went straight to one of the strongest races, the God Descendant race. "Dad, why didn't you let us fight?" Little Beast sat beside Lu Chun. "It's not time for you guys to fight yet," Lu Chun said. I suspect that Qianji already knows my whereabouts. He might have purposely gone to the Qianji immortal domain to lure me there. However, I don't think he's really in the god descendant race's immortal domain right now. This guy is sinister and cunning. He's also good at collecting information. I have to keep a trump card. Qianji was definitely a scheming opponent. He was also very well informed. The news of Lu Chun obtaining the Supreme Death God order should not have escaped his eyes. However, Lu Chun did not know that Qianji had been playing tricks behind his back. This time, Lu Chun knew that Qianji was the one behind this. Naturally, he had to be more careful. Even in the battle with the monster race, Lu Chun still had many trump cards that he hadn't used. He still had several trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Then, Dad, if we set up an arena, Qianji will definitely know about it. Won't we be unable to catch up with him? Little Beastie said. Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, that might not be the case. He's only able to travel through the various immortal domains by using a visiting token, and a visiting token has a time limit. Once the time limit has passed, he must return to the mystic spirit race's immortal domain. Besides, he can't just leave after coming to a place. He also has a mission, so we might be able to catch up to him. Little Beast nodded, his eyes burning with passion. Dad, back then Little Furball and I were defeated by his puppet. Also, he schemed against Dad time and time again. I must settle this debt with him. Lu Chun smiled. Don't worry. When we meet Qianji, it will be your turn. This time I must take his head. Little Green handed over a few pills. Lu Chun had used up too much of his energy in the battle with the monster race. Moreover, he had also suffered some internal injuries. However, Lu Chun thought for a moment and pushed Little Green's pills away. Little Green, I can't eat pills now. 10 Wings, when we reach the god descendant immortal domain, find a secluded place. I need to rest for 2 days. Little Green frowned. Soon, he guessed Lu Chun's plan. Boss, are you doing this on purpose so that Qianji will know that you have yet to recover from your injuries? Little Beast asked curiously. But Dad, if you're doing this on purpose, shouldn't we go to a bigger city? That way, the news will spread faster. What if he doesn't know that we're resting in the suburbs? Lu Chun smiled. Qianji will definitely keep an eye on my movements. Moreover, my whereabouts have already been exposed. With his capabilities, he will definitely be able to find me. The more I hide the fact that I'm injured, the more he will believe it. The more I make a big fuss, the more suspicious he will be. Little Beast nodded. To deal with a cunning old fox like Qianji, one must use some tricks. Dad, then, are you going to fight all 5 matches in the god descendant immortal domain? Of course. Isn't this all money? Moreover, the more I fight all 5 matches, the more confident Qianji will be that he knows me well. Lu Chun snorted. Old dog Qianji, you like to scheme, right? I'll play with you this time. Let's see who will win. 2 days later, Lu Chun entered the god descendant immortal domain. Just as Lu Chun entered the god descendant immortal domain, he noticed that there were people watching him from afar. These people should not be Qianji's men. Qianji was secretive, but the god descendant immortal domain did not have the intention to hide. They only watched him from afar. 10 Wings, Dragon Shadow Storm. 10 Wings roared and quickly hid in the clouds. It was hard to see him with the naked eye. A few hours later, a huge dragon appeared in the sky above a dense forest. The dragon circled in the sky for a while before disappearing. Following that, a figure quickly entered the forest from the sky. However, all of this was captured by some people. Qianji, someone found solipsistic. Hei Yin came to Qianji's side on the back of a huge turtle. That fella shook off the god descendant immortal domain and hid in the Tianshan forest. He is recuperating from his injuries. Qianji narrowed his eyes. That fella really went to the god descendant immortal domain? Yes. Qianji sneered. As expected of you, solipsistic, you are still so arrogant. A pity. Even if you managed to shake off the god descendant immortal domain, you did not manage to shake off my eyes. Hei Yin said. From his movements, he seems to be chasing after you. This fellow isn't simple. He's actually able to defeat 4 9-star immortal kings by himself. Chase? Let him chase after me, Qianji said calmly. I admit that solipsistic is strong, but as you can see, he is also injured. Qianji narrowed his eyes. He sneaked into Tian Shan Mountains forest so that I wouldn't know about his injury. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that I have eyes and ears. Nothing can escape from my eyes, even if he's thousands of miles away. I can roughly deduce the upper limit of his strength. He might not even be able to defeat the god-descendant immortal domain. All right, even if he restrains himself a little and doesn't fight all 5 rounds, the experts of the god-descendant race will definitely make him pay the price. With Lone Tyrant's personality, I'll release the news and intentionally provoke him. He'll definitely chase after me even if he's injured. At that time, I won't even need to do anything. Those monsters at the next stop will be able to kill him. Heiyan did not reply. After all, Qianji was the one who planned this. Oof. Lone Tyrant, it's time for us to settle the grudge between us. Settle it. You want to kill me? You are not worthy. Chapter 1322. After Lu Chun landed on the ground, he took the elixir Little Green gave him and recovered quickly. Soon, Furball and Originator, who had shrunk to the size of Furball, came out of the woods. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sure enough, someone was watching them from 10 miles away. Lu Chun sneered, called back Furball and Originator, and focused on healing himself. In fact, Lu Chun had already recovered, but he was not in a hurry to leave. It was not until 1.5 days later that he summoned 10-winged again and left. The demigod immortal realm was several times larger than the demon realm, and the small immortal cities here were much larger than the 100-demon city. From afar, Lu Chun saw a towering immortal city. 10-winged, let's go there. A few minutes later, Lu Chun arrived outside the city. As soon as Lu Chun appeared, a group of guards came to greet him. Compared to the human race, the demigod race's skin was sickly pale in the eyes of the human race, but this skin color was healthy for them. They were generally tall. The men were more than 2 meters tall, and the women were between 1.8 and 1.9 meters tall. It was said that the demigod immortals had the bloodline of the ancient gods and were born with the protection of the ancient gods. As their cultivation increased, the protection effect became more obvious. Moreover, their physical strength was very terrifying, and the highest it could reach was 15 times the spiritual power. The most terrifying thing about the demigod immortals was their sensitivity to spiritual power. Many demigod immortal cultivators could understand the intricacies of spiritual power very early, and the number of immortals who could control spiritual power was far more than that of other races. With so many innate advantages, the demigod immortals were firmly in the top echelon of strength among all races. The demigod guards were all very arrogant. In their eyes, a lowly race like humans was not worth mentioning. You are the solipsistic immortal. The leader of the guards slightly raised his chin and looked at Lu Chun. Yes, I didn't expect that a trash race like humans could produce such a good fighter. Hey, did you slaughter the demon realm's immortal arena? Another guard said, Captain, the human race can't do anything, but there are many of them. It's possible for 1 or 2 experts to appear. These people did not speak rudely to Lu Chun, but the contempt in their words was no less than that of the demon race. Lu Chun looked at the guards calmly and smiled. I indeed just came from the demon immortal region. Bring me to your largest immortal arena. The captain coldly harumphed. Rumor has it that you, the solipsistic, are incredibly arrogant and condescending. You dare to come to our god-descendant? Lu Chun smiled. In my eyes, there is no difference between you and the demon race. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the demigod guards immediately shone with fierce light. The captain seemed to be under orders. Although his eyes were also filled with hostility, he still stopped his subordinates. Don't touch him. He will die in the immortal battle arena. Why would our god's descendants fear a challenge from another race? Even more so, I don't want to make a move here. Instead, I'll be gossiped about by others. Solipsistic, let's go. I'll take you there. God Descendant Immortal Region, Imperial Sky Immortal City, Immortal Battle Arena. A large number of God Descendant Immortals were hurrying to the Immortal Battle Arena. The Immortal Battle Arena's spectator seats had been changed to a ticketing system. One had to pay 100 spirit tablets to enter. Even so, it was still hard to get a ticket to the spectator seats for this battle. At the same time, the venerated God Descendant Immortal had already released 2 projection stones. One was for the human race, and the other for the demon race. The Immortal Battle Arena of the 2 races was also packed with people. Many people even took out their own projection stones to transmit images a second time. Ever since Liu Chan swept through the Immortal Battle Arena in the demon race, more and more people had been paying attention to him. God Descendant race, one of the strongest races. The battle had not yet begun, but people were already discussing the arena. That guy really went to the God Descendant race. The God Descendant race is good at sensing spiritual energy. The top expert's spiritual energy has probably reached the pinnacle of spiritual energy manipulation. Even if they haven't reached the pinnacle, the solipsistic spiritual energy manipulation won't be of much use. Jiao Ling Long, and Feng Wu looked around. Yi Fan and Mu Long had said that they were going out for a while. Why hadn't they returned yet? There were too many people here. The 2 empty seats were too conspicuous. People were always coming over to ask. If it weren't for Feng Wu, a 5-star Sengoku, there would probably be people trying to rob them. Senior Feng Wu, where did Senior Mu Long go? Ling Long asked. It seems that someone opened a bet. Mu Long dragged Yi Fan to place a bet. What? Senior Mu Long dragged Yi Fan to place a bet. Jiao Er's eyes widened. Why didn't Senior Mu Long ask us? Seeing Jiao Er's nervous expression, Feng Wu was puzzled. It's common to open a bet in the 7th heaven. Why? Is there something wrong with this? It's not a problem to place a bet, but Senior Mu Long dragged Yi Fan. Senior Feng Wu, you don't know about Yi Fan's special ability. Special ability? Is it some kind of kung fu? No, it's an innate talent. Mu Long and Yi Fan were watching the people in front of them place their bets. Most people bet that the solipsistic spiritual energy manipulation wouldn't be able to win 3 rounds. The 2 smiled at each other. These people obviously didn't know how powerful Liu Chan was. Although the divine descendants were very powerful and could easily defeat several demons of the same level, the point was that Liu Chan still had several killer moves that he hadn't used at all. Others didn't know, but they did. This was insider information. It's a sure thing this time. Mu Long winked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was suddenly nervous. He had been losing for decades. Finally, he had a chance to make a fortune. There were more than 50,000 spiritual tablets in his backpack, which were given to him by his master. According to the ratio of 1 to 3, he could get at least 150,000. This bet was actually quite complicated. There were only bets on whether the solipsistic spiritual energy manipulation could make it through 3 rounds. If he made it through, he would win. If he didn't, he would lose. Based on the current situation, those who bet on winning could get 3 to 4 times the return. Hey, Yi Fan, I don't think we should play this. The returns are too low. Mu Long pulled Yi Fan to the other side. Bet on this. This was the second type of bet. It was accurate to every round. Of course, the more accurate the bet, the higher the returns. It was like betting on a dice roll. You could only get twice the return, but if you bet on a hit, you could get several times the return. Now, the returns for winning the final round were already frighteningly high. If he won 3 rounds, he could get 6 times the return. If he won 4 rounds, he could get 12 times the return. If he won 5 rounds, he could get 20 times the return. Mu Long pulled Yi Fan out of the crowd and found a quiet place to discuss. Yi Fan, based on your understanding of your master, if he didn't lose, how many rounds would he fight? 5. Yi Fan said confidently. My master's ability to manage money is far better than mine. 5 rounds would be close to 50 million. He wouldn't miss it. As long as we bet on 5 rounds, we can definitely make a profit. Mu Long frowned. But have you ever thought of a problem? Liu Chen's purpose of accepting the Reaper's order is to find Qianji. Think about it. Liu Chen is in the open, and Liu Chen is in the dark. In this situation, Lu Chun should be conserving his strength. Yi Fan suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. That's right. How could he forget this key factor? Chapter 1323. Yi Fan finally found the reason why he was always losing money. That was, he did not think it through enough. Just like Mu Long, he saw through the truth. His master was not here to earn money. He was here to kill Qianji. Qianji was so cunning. How could his master not have a backup plan? This was the most important factor, but he did not think about it. No wonder he always lost. Senior Mu Long, may I ask if you've always won your bets? Mu Long smiled and said humbly, I can't say that I always win. It's just that I can see things that others can't see, so I did earn some money. Yi Fan nodded heavily and sighed. Indeed, after listening to Senior Mu Long's analysis, Yi Fan felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. Mu Long looked at Yi Fan with admiration. Don't be discouraged. You can be taught. As long as you pay more attention to the details, you can have as much money as you want. Yes, I hope Senior Mu Long can teach me more in the future. No problem. Then let's. Yes, it must be 3 rounds. Yi Fan said with certainty. Oh, right. Little Critter said that if there were any bets, we should help him bet everything. Yi Fan suddenly smiled sinisterly. Senior Mu Long. Little Critter said that we should bet everything on winning. As he spoke, Yi Fan could not help but snicker. Little Beast gambling luck is too good. However, he probably doesn't know that the gambling here is so detailed. He can only earn 3 times the amount. As for us, we can finally hold our heads high. The two of them immediately squeezed their way to the betting area and placed all their spirit tablets on 3 wins. Then, they happily returned to the spectator seats with their tickets in hand. As soon as Yi Fan and Mu Long returned, Ling Long, Jiu Air, and Feng Wu asked them, What did you bet on? Of course, we won 3 rounds. Mu Long and Yi Fan said confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 women immediately left their seats and hurried to the betting area. It seemed that they had gone to place their bets. Mu Long winked at Yi Fan. Look, they're also learning from us. Forget it. Let them bask in the glory. Yi Fan nodded. It's not like it's our money that we're winning anyway. If there's money to be won, everyone can earn it. At the same time, the god-descendant race's immortal battle arena was bustling with noise and excitement. A Sengoku walked up to the ring and gestured for everyone to quiet down. All right, everyone should have heard about what happened in the monster race's immortal domain. What's interesting is that some people actually dared to come to our god-descendant race and set up a challenge. The audience roared with laughter. The host smiled and gestured for everyone to be quiet again. It's been so many years since an emissary has come to our demigod immortal region. Finally, one has come. Since they're here, we naturally have to entertain them properly. Someone below the stage shouted, We'll definitely greet them well. At the very least, we'll chop them into 8 pieces and hang their corpses on the city gate, so that those lowly human beings will know their place. They dare to come to our god, descendant immortal region? Tell them who is the strongest among the myriad races. In 3 seconds, you humans will never dare to set foot in our god, descendant immortal region again. Humans, listen well. Next time, our emissary will definitely flatten your human race's immortal battle arena. The host shouted, Good. Next, let's invite the human emissary onto the stage. Everyone's gaze was fixed on one of the entrances. Not long after, a black-clothed human man appeared at the entrance. Facing the curses and humiliation of hundreds of thousands of people, Lu Chen walked into the immortal battle arena with his head held high. Standing in the center of the immortal battle arena, Lu Chen looked at the countless immortals around him. He snorted and stood proudly in the middle of the arena. The host walked over and sized up Lu Chen. Solipsistic, do you see the million immortals of our god-descendant race? Coming to our god-descendant race was a wrong decision. How about it? Do you have anything to say before you die? If you beg for mercy now, maybe we will let you live. After all, to us, crushing an ant is not something to be proud of. whether it was humans or fiends. After hearing the host's words, they all became nervous. The god-descendant race actually said that they would let Lu Chen live. This was not the style of the god-descendant race. However, after thinking about it, they knew that if Solipsistic begged for mercy now, it would show the strength of the god-descendant race. 1 against 4 in the fiend race, while the god-descendant race begged for mercy. The strength of the two races was immediately clear. Lu Chen smiled and looked around. At this time, the surrounding immortals also quieted down. Everyone wanted to know what Solipsistic wanted to say. My master will not beg for mercy. Lu Chen will not beg for mercy. Mu Long and Yi Fan muttered to themselves at the same time, their voices almost synchronized. Almost at the same time, Lu Chen said, "Beg for mercy? You must be dreaming." The two looked at each other. Sure enough, they were the worms in Lu Chen's stomach. They even knew what Lu Chen was thinking at this time. If that was the case, then the bet was even more likely to be a success. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the hundreds of thousands of god-descendant race immortals. He said in a deep voice, "What I said before in the fiend race, I can also say to you. The human race, Solipsistic, is here. I came to your god-descendant immortal domain to flatten your god-descendant immortal battle arena." With a boom, the god-descendant race's audience stand exploded. A strange scene appeared in the fiend race's immortal battle arena. Many people were cheering. I suddenly feel that this Solipsistic really has guts. He actually dares to say such arrogant words to the god-descendant race. Humph! How strong does the god-descendant think he is? Isn't he treated the same as us? Begging for mercy? Doesn't he just want people to think that the god-descendant race is stronger than us fiends? A bunch of arrogant people. I actually hope that Solipsistic wins. Me too. The host's expression is somewhat ugly. Lu Chen's face is calm. I've said what I wanted to say. Hurry and start. Good. As expected, a madman. You will soon regret what you said just now. Primary Marshal Sengoku, start. From the front row of the stands, a figure flashed rapidly and instantly arrived in front of Lu Chen. Primary Marshal Sengoku, Lu Chen's first opponent. What? You came to our god-descendant immortal domain, and you don't dare to fight 1 against 4? Primary Marshal looks at Lu Chen with a smile that is not a smile. Lu Chen snorts coldly. So, in your eyes, I must win against the 4 of you to be considered a winner? Then do you mean that 1 human can fight against 4 of you, god-descendant race? Primary Marshal originally wanted to destroy Lu Chen's prestige. In the end, he was asked a series of questions by Lu Chen until his face turned red. You, Humph, what I mean is as long as I am here, you will not have the chance to see the people behind. In my eyes, you are a dead man. Lu Chen curls his lips. You are slightly better, my eyes. In? What do you mean? In my eyes, you are a spirit piece. Lu Chen says with a smile. Chapter 1324. The two's battle records were quickly displayed. Origin Marshal, 9-star Sengoku, 47 battles, 32 wins, 35 planet coordinates. Solipsistic, no immortal, 77 battles, 77 wins, 98 planet coordinates. With a crisp ring, both sides activated their amplification techniques at the same time. Origin Ancient God Bloodline, Undefeatable War God Possession, Sword Spirit Heavenly Demon, Talisman Emperor Psychic. This Origin Marshal was actually a combination of a Sword Spirit and a Talisman Master. Lu Chen sneered. Looks like you have lost quite a few rounds. Stop talking nonsense. My opponents are all god-descendant race experts. How can an ant like you imagine their strength? Don't worry, I am more than enough to kill you. With that, a silver sword appeared in that person's hand. His left hand turned into a sword finger and lightly stroked the sword. A row of golden runes flashed across the sword. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy had added a formation into his weapon. Speaking of which, the God-slaying spear's formation had not been activated yet. However, such an opponent was not worth it to activate that formation. Immortal Art, Heavenly Master Sword Art, shadowless spirit sword. Origin Marshall instantly appeared in front of Lu Chun and stabbed his sword. At the same time, Lu Chun suddenly realized that he was unable to capture the change in spirit power of the opponent's move. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the opponent's attack and stabilized his footing. Origin Marshall sneered. "Don't you like to fight head-on? Why did you run when you saw me? Don't run, little bastard." The opponent's attacks came wave after wave. Lu Chun was currently in a dodging state and did not even use Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon. This guy could actually obstruct him from sensing the change in spirit power. Once he was unable to judge the opponent's move through spirit power observation, he would be unable to judge the opponent's attack with his naked eye. It's that formation. Lu Chun's thoughts changed. Origin Marshall chased several times, but was dodged by Lu Chun. He roared at Lu Chun. "Aren't you arrogant? Why are you a coward in front of me, Origin Marshall? I think you should stop calling yourself solipsistic in the future. Call yourself the only coward." Lu Chun was not affected by Yuan Wu. He was thinking hard about countermeasures. Origin Marshall was indeed very strong, but Lu Chun did not think that his opponent was stronger than him in a frontal attack. The key was that he could not see his opponent's moves clearly. The God Descendant race was skilled in controlling their Ling energy. Because of this, they paid great attention to hiding their Ling power in long-term battles. If Yuan Wu was like this, then the people behind him would be even better. He had to find a breakthrough first. Lu Chun dodged several times, but did not clash head-on with Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu chased closer and closer. Still running? Dragon Binding Talisman. Yuan Wu threw out a talisman with one hand, which immediately exploded beside Lu Chun. Immediately after, Lu Chun felt that many parts of his body were restricted. It was as if several joints of his body were tied up with ropes. Since Lu Chun had exposed an opening, Yuan Wu naturally would not give up this chance. He took the chance to charge in front of Lu Chun. Immortal Art, Celestial Master Sword Art, Sword Severing Galaxy. At this time, Lu Chun shouted at the same time, "Celestial Demon Heavenly Eye." In the past, the Celestial Demon Heavenly Eye could allow Lu Chun to see more clearly, but the increase was limited. The key was still Lu Chun's own ability to discern the other's attacks. But this time, after activating the Celestial Demon Heavenly Eye, even Lu Chun was surprised. The Celestial Demon Heavenly Eye seemed to be able to see through the other's formation and helped Lu Chun accurately see the other's Ling power movements. It could actually penetrate the formation. It seemed that he had underestimated the use of the Celestial Demon Heavenly Eye. Now that Lu Chun could see the other's Ling power movements, he no longer had any misgivings. Seeing that the other's sword-severing galaxy was about to stab over, Lu Chun flicked the tip of his spear. Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon. With a loud boom, the sword-severing galaxy's main attack was deflected by the Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon. It brushed past Lu Chun's body and slammed into the defensive formation at the edge of the stage. Immediately after, Lu Chun's counterattack arrived in front of Yuan Wu. 18 Arhut Vajra Spirit Shield. Yuan Wu was indeed a 9-star Sengoku, immediately reacting. With a loud boom, Lu Chun's Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon blocked Yuan Wu's attack, but his counterattack was also blocked by the Vajra Spirit Shield. After 2 consecutive close-range collisions, both sides retreated dozens of steps. Both of them stopped. Yuan Wu stood up and laughed wildly. "Haha, solipsistic. Now you know the strength of our celestial race. I didn't expect that in the battle with the 4 great Sengoku of the demon race, you still preserved your strength. What a pity, what a pity, you were forced out so quickly." Lu Chun looked coldly at Yuan Wu. "You're still laughing? Don't you know that you're already a dead man?" Yuan Wu snorted. "Your spirit manipulation technique is not low, but unfortunately I know it too. So it won't be that easy for you to kill me." Lu Chun unintentionally saw 2 shadow stones. Without a doubt, Qianji was watching his every move through the shadow stones. Lu Chun rolled his eyes and suddenly had an interesting idea. He smiled, and a blue bead suddenly appeared on his shoulder. "Do you know what this is?" Yuan Wu was stunned. Naturally, He did not recognize this bead. He smiled at Yuan Wu. You said that you forced me to use my trump card. I don't mind telling you that those are not my trump cards, but this bead is. If not for this bead, I would have died in the sixth heaven. I haven't used it yet. If you have the strength to force me to use this bead, it means that you still have some strength. All of a sudden, the entire immortal battle arena became restless. Solipsistic is really arrogant. He actually revealed his magical artifact. Speaking of which, do you guys recognize this blue bead? There are countless magical artifacts in Jiutian. Who can recognize all of them? But since he used this bead as his trump card, it probably isn't simple. Solipsistic used the Celestial Demon Observation Eye. I calculated that he has a total of 5 pieces of the Celestial Demon Fate reversing set. What kind of magical artifact is it for him to rely on it so much? On the other side, Ju was also very surprised. She asked Yi Fan, Yi Fan, what's the bead in your master's hand? Why haven't I seen him use it before? Yi Fan frowned. Sister Jiu I haven't seen it before either. Jiu and Yi Fan had never seen a magical artifact before. How deep did Lu Chen hide it? At that moment, they remembered that there was a top student sitting beside them, Sister Linglong. Do you recognize it? Linglong was looking at the bead carefully. No matter how she looked at it, there was nothing special about it. Was it really that powerful? I haven't seen it before either. Senior Mulong, Senior Fengwu, do you guys know it? No. The two Sengoku shook their heads. In the glass room, there were 4 celestial supremes today, 3 men and 1 woman. Pengu, what's that magical artifact in that kid's hand? I don't know either. Pengu stood with his hands behind his back and shook his head. You don't even recognize a celestial supremes. At this time, Lu Chun looked at the blue bead and slightly narrowed his eyes. Qinji, you must be watching my competition right now. I'm fighting here, but you're eating, drinking, and traveling all over the place? Then I'll find something for you to do. No one would be able to recognize the clear water bead that the little golden carp gave him. At the same time, somewhere in the 10,000 spirits immortal realm, Qianji was lying down. He was eating local immortal fruits while watching Lu Chen's competition on the projection stone. However, he had no choice but to sit up. Hey Yen, what's that bead? I haven't seen it before. TSK. Qianji felt that something was amiss. Did this bead save him in the 6th heaven? Could it be that I didn't kill Solipsistic because of this bead? Is this true or false? With Qianji's cautious personality, even if he was 99% sure that Solipsistic would die in the arena, he would not allow such a thing to happen. We have to find out the origin of this bead. Yes, I'll get someone to check it out immediately. Not immediately now. I want to know the origin of this bead now. Qianji roared. Chapter 13:25. Lu Chen calmly put away the clear water bead and glanced at the confused Yuanwu. Now you know why I am so confident. I have a treasure. That's why you can't kill me. Are you angry? Yuanwu was not confident, but Qianji, who was thousands of miles away, was gritting his teeth in anger. Lin Fan's words seemed to be directed at him. Yes, he had already put Lu Chun to death several times, but the result was that he still hadn't killed Lu Chun yet. 100 demon Sengoku could not kill a solipsistic demon. Damn it, he is definitely provoking me. Qianji stood up immediately. He said those words to me. Qianji was so angry that his face turned green. Solipsistic demon, don't be so smug. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. On the stage, Lu Chun was in a good mood. It's getting late. This match should end soon. Lu Chun waved his spear and looked at Yuan Wu. Remember this. As long as I'm here, no one will be able to tell us what to do. After that, Lu Chun touched the body of the spear. Red flames appeared within the god-slaying spear as if lava was about to flow out of the spear. Arrogant. I'll show you the power of the god's descendant race. Yuan Wu's eyes turned cold. He held a sword in his hand. The runes on the sword flashed. The surrounding spiritual energy started to flow towards the sword. Immortal technique, God's calamity. At the same time, Lu Chen shouted, God-slaying spear, heaven's wrath. Instantly, the two powerful techniques collided. The spiritual energy from both sides surged and clashed with each other. The god-descendant race was good at controlling spirit energy. This Yuanwu spirit energy was also very strong. His spirit energy was ferocious and solid. However, in less than 2 seconds, the heaven's wrath broke through the core spiritual energy of the god's calamity and went straight for the enemy. As the saying goes, a defeated army is like a landslide. The moment the god's calamity showed signs of defeat, the heaven's fury spear immediately became unstoppable. No, impossible. Yuanwu's eyes were wide open. He watched as the other broke through his move, but he was powerless to resist. 18 Arhats, Vajra, Spirit Shield. But this time, Ultimate Martial was not facing the counterattack of the Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon, but a super strong single-target attack like the Heaven's Fury Wild Spear. The Vajra Spirit Shield was instantly shattered. Yuanwu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, before he could react, a black shadow flashed past him. Solipsistic was already standing behind him. Yuanwu looked in terror at the large hole in his chest. The earth fire was burning his organs. Even his spirit core had been taken away by that fellow. The hidden attribute of the god-slaying spear, the ability to steal spirit cores, with a plop, Yuanwu weakly knelt on the ground. In his mind, he recalled the time when he roamed the 9 heavens, how glorious he was, and how many people admired him. In the 7 heavens, he was also one of the strongest Sengoku. He was only 1 step away from immortal supremacy. However, he never dreamed that he would fall in the hands of a human. Solipsistic, you are really a human king? Yuanwu suddenly spoke. I went through so many hardships and was actually defeated by a human king? I am not willing. Lu Chun turned around and looked at the figure kneeling on the ground. He still had an obsession in his heart, so he was not willing to fall. Lu Chun walked in front of Yuanwu and squatted in front of him. He used his hand to cover his badge and at the same time removed the spiritual energy fog. When he saw Lu Chen's level, Yuanwu's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Lu Chen stood up and restored the spiritual energy fog on his badge. Yuanwu, you can rest in peace. Yuanwu suddenly seemed to be relieved. Yes, this person is indeed a human king, but he is not an ordinary human king. Heaven-defying human king. Ha ha ha. Solipsistic, to be defeated by you. My trip was not in vain. Thank you. With that, Yuanwu directly fell down. A general success was built on 10,000 bones. This Yuanwu did not say Lu Chen's rank until he died. He could be considered an honest person. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Unfortunately, he would not stop for anyone. He turned around and looked at the hundreds of thousands of immortals who had already quieted down. He said loudly, "Next!" 10 minutes later, the second place, 9-star Sengoku, the super strong 9-star Sengoku with 37 wins in 52 battles, fell in front of Lu Chun. Immediately after, the third place, 9-star Sengoku with 46 wins in 53 battles, was defeated and fell on the spot. At this point, Lu Chun had already won all 3 battles. At this time, the god-descendant race's immortal arena was completely silent. The human king Solipsistic in the god-descendant race's arena won all 3 battles. Those who were mocking Lu Chun earlier all shut their mouths. These 3 Sengoku were getting stronger and stronger, but without exception, they all died under Solipsistic's spear. Qianji was already restless. Now that Solipsistic had already won all 3 battles, as long as he said that he did not want to continue, the god-descendant race would not be able to force him to stay. It could be said that he had already completed the god-descendant race's arena. Solipsistic seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. I still haven't seen him use that bead. Damn it. How did this guy become so strong in such a short time? When he was at the 5th heaven, he could not even defeat me. Now, he actually killed 7 9-star Sengoku consecutively? What kind of monster is he? If I knew this would happen, I would have killed him even if I had to risk my life. On the other side, in the human race's immortal realm, Solipsistic is too strong. Before Yuan Wu Sengoku died, he said that he was a heaven-defying human king. Doesn't that mean that solipsistic is a human king? It's hard to imagine that a human king could be so strong. At this moment, Liu Chan shouted angrily at the hundreds of thousands of immortals. Who still dares to say that there is no one in the human race? No one dared to answer. Who still dares to say that the human race is weak? No one dared to answer. All Geotian races remember this. Wherever the human race's death god goes, the death god will personally descend. No one had dared to say this for thousands of years, and it was said to the god descendant race. But Solipsistic dared to say it. Not only did he dare to say it, he even said it in front of hundreds of thousands of god descendant race. No one dared to answer. Jill subconsciously rubbed her hands. At this moment, her blood was boiling. Looking at the man standing alone in the immortal arena like a king, she was overwhelmed with emotions. Brother Nameless is really too strong. Ling Long took a deep breath. Ever since she gave up on cultivating ice hard arts, her Tao heart had been shaken for hundreds of years. At this moment, her eyes couldn't move away from that figure. Yi Fan and Mu Long looked at each other and smiled knowingly. After 3 rounds, the speech was over. Master, Liu Chun, should start working. It was time for them to reap the harvest. At this moment, Liu Chun suddenly said, "Next round." Hearing these 3 words, Yi Fan and Mu Long's smiling faces instantly stiffened. The next round would be the 4th round. Senior Mu Long, how much did you bet? Yi Fan said with a trembling voice. Mu Long swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That cough, not much. I just sold Grand White Grotto Heaven a total of 6 million. Yi Fan's hands trembled. I originally thought that since I had already made a profit, I would secretly take 40,000 from the 50,000 from the little critter. I'm afraid the little critter will chop me alive when it comes back. Chapter 1326. Celestial Body, Celestial Might. Attacking the void, heaven's wrath spear. The divine descendants were not to be trifled with after all. In the 5th match, Sengoku finally forced Liu Chun to use his remaining 2 trump cards. However, with the addition of these 2 amplifications, the power of Heaven's Wrath Spear had reached its peak. The opponent's Heavenly God Sword was no match for the famous Sengoku, and he was killed in 1 shot. Liu Chun's information had been refreshed. Solipsistic, Supreme, Immortal, 82 battles, 82 victories, planet coordinates 103. If there were people who doubted his battle record at the beginning, now no one dared to say that it was a low-level battle record. 82 victories, including 9 9-star Sengoku, and they were the famous Sengoku of the demon race and the divine descendants. Finding Sengoku was killed by that guy. Is this guy really invincible below celestial supremacy? Heaven's Wrath Spear, I've seen it in ancient books before. It was one of the ultimate techniques that could kill celestial supremacies 1,000 years ago. But why has it become a single target attack technique now? The celestial killing spear technique differs according to each person's comprehension. In other words, this guy didn't get the inheritance of the celestial killing spear supremacy, but comprehended it himself. Liu Chun was panting heavily. The experts in the last 2 matches had indeed caused some trouble for him. There were many injuries on his body, and the most important thing was that the continuous use of Heaven's Wrath Spear exhausted his spiritual power. However, the God-descendant race's 5 matches had already been completed. The host walked in front of Liu Chun and stared at the extremely weak Liu Chun. Solipsistic, don't think that you can really do whatever you want in the Divine Descendants Immortal Arena. If it weren't for the rules of the Death God's Order, I could kill you right now. Liu Chun suddenly raised his head and smiled at the host. Oh, is that so? How about this? I'll make an exception and accept your challenge. I want to see if you have the ability to kill me. The host sucked in a breath of cold air. This lone tyrant was actually planning to accept his challenge? Suddenly, lone tyrant, who was on the verge of collapse, became dangerous in Shifeng's eyes. 5 9-star Sengoku, and all of them were extremely powerful 9-star Sengoku, but all of them had fallen at his hands. Unconsciously, the host took a step back. You? The host snorts coldly. You want the myriad races to start a war against the god-descendant race? Let me tell you, don't even think about provoking me. Liu Chan pursed his lips. You're the one who said you wanted to kill me, and now you're saying that I'm provoking you? Is the skin of all the god-descendants so thick? The host had experienced Liu Chen's fierceness and did not dare to continue Liu Chen's words. After all, if they really fought, he was definitely not a match for Solipsistic. Death God's order. Liu Chen smiled faintly and tossed the Death God's token over. That person took the Death God token and found that there was already a seal on it. It was left behind by the demon race. He looked up at the glass room on the top floor of the immortal arena and seemed to have received some kind of instruction. He took out the seal, injected spirit energy, and pressed down on the second seal. God Descendant Race passes, throwing the Death God's token back to Liu Chun. Liu Chun verified it, smiled, and kept the Death God's token. Hey, let me ask you something, Liu Chun suddenly said. That host was angry and hateful, but he was also a bit afraid of Liu Chun and did not dare to not answer. He said unhappily, "What else do you want? Did Qianji from the Mystic Spirit Race come here a while ago? Why should I tell you? This is my God-descendant race's territory. It's true that you defeated 5 9-star Sengoku, but there's also an immortal supremacy here. Do you really think you're invincible here?" Liu Chen smiled. "That's right. Now that you mention it, it seems that you don't have to tell me. Good that you know." Liu Chen nodded and curled his lips. "That's right. I don't think I've heard that the Supreme Death God's token cannot be used to challenge the same immortal domain multiple times." Hearing that, the host took in a breath of cold air. In history, there were indeed some powerful races that liked to bully others. They would use the enhanced interracial battle token to challenge the same race multiple times. Even their god-descendant race's envoys had done this before. However, the situation now was different. The one who came was a human, and this guy actually wanted to challenge their god-descendant race's immortal arena. If this matter were spread, the god-descendant race would really lose face. You dare. We still have experts that have not accepted the challenge." Liu Chun was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "Then did you see me use that blue pearl?" The host felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The pearl that Lone Tyrant had previously displayed was rumored to be his ultimate trump card. However, he had never used it until now. That means that he still has a trump card. This time, the host was really panicking. The god-descendant race was challenged? If such a thing really happened, then among the top clans of the myriad clans, the god's descendants would be held against them forever and laughed at for thousands of years. After weighing the pros and cons, the host took in a deep breath. It was not worth it for Qianji. He did come, but he left 3 days ago. Where did he go? 10,000 spirit race. Liu Chen narrowed his eyes. He left 3 days ago. He arrived at the god-descendant race's immortal domain 2 days ago. That meant that this guy was only 1 day faster than him. Qianji might be in the 10,000 spirit race's immortal domain. Liu Chen nodded. "Okay, then we'll meet again." "Meet again? Didn't you say that you won't come again?" The host was nervous. Liu Chen shrugged. "The next time we meet might not be at the immortal arena." "All right, you don't have to send me off. Ten Wing, let's go." "Ooh, who's sending you off?" Liu Chun directly summoned Ten Wing and directly left the immortal battle arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In a glass room on the top floor of the god-descendant race's immortal arena, a few immortal sovereigns watched as the giant dragon flew past them. "This solipsistic, I can't help but want to fight him." "Don't worry, the immortal battle of the 10,000 races is on the agenda. If it's not at the immortal arena next time, no one can protect him." Yi Fan and the rest returned to the immortal spirit grotto heaven. "Sister Linglong, Sister Jiao can you lend me some spirit tablets?" Yi Fan was communicating with Jiao and Linglong lost. Jiao and Linglong looked at each other and laughed. Yi Fan sighed and looked at the sky helplessly. This is the closest I've ever been to hope, but the heavens are playing tricks on me. I shouldn't have listened to Senior Mulong. Maybe it's not because of Mulong. Jiao reminded him. Yifan sighed heavily again. Sister Jiao is right. It's because I don't have the fortune. In the end, it's impossible for me to get rich from gambling. This time, I want to borrow money mainly to repay Little Critter. I borrowed 40,000 from him. This time, I have to pay him 120,000. Not long after arriving at the seventh heaven, Yifan was once again saddled with a huge debt. I will never gamble again. Gambling is harmful. Ling Long thought for a moment before she said, Yifan, it's not a problem to lend you the money since we've earned a little anyway. However, the condition is that you have to place a bet next time and tell us which item you're betting on. You can't be thinking of making use of me to eliminate a wrong choice, right? Jiao nodded. Yifan, it's indeed a pity if you don't make use of this talent of yours. How about this? Not only can we lend you spirit tablets this time, we can also give you a commission if we earn money. Yifan's eyes widened. Who said that you can't get rich with bad gambling luck? Isn't this an opportunity? Chapter 13:27. At the same time, in the 10,000 spirit race's immortal domain, the 10,000 spirit race was one of the strongest races in the 10,000 spirit race. In fact, they were slightly stronger than the gods' descendant race. However, the 10,000 spirit race had a fatal weakness, which was that they had very few people. Therefore, the 10,000 spirit race was in an awkward position. They were weak, but the 10,000 spirit race was very strong. Even the gods' descendant race and the demon race had to avoid the 10,000 spirit race's elemental energy. On the other hand, the 10,000 spirit race only had a few 100,000 immortals in their immortal domain. Because of this, no one dared to provoke the 10,000 spirit race. However, the 10,000 spirit race also did not provoke other races. The other races would not care if a few 100,000 immortals died, but the 10,000 spirit race would feel heartache if a single immortal died. This was why the 10,000 spirit race was one of the few races that did not compete with the rest of the world. However, the 10,000 spirit race had the right to speak. The 10,000 spirit race was very important to start the 10,000 race war. Qianji had been here for a few days, but the 10,000 spirit race did not seem to be interested in starting the 10,000 race war. However, they were still polite to Qianji and provided him with good food and drinks. Heiyin quickly walked into Qianji's room. Qianji, we have not found the solipsistic bead. We have checked all the divine items and magical treasures of the various races. There is no such blue bead. No, could it be something not from the Jiuqian race? The Jiuqian race started from the fifth heaven and used the method of teleportation. Therefore, there are many things that do not belong to the Jiuqian race. It is quite possible. Heiyin said. Damn it. Qianji was no longer as carefree as he was a few days ago. He was starting to feel restless. The solipsistic bead actually managed to break through the god's immortal domain. Moreover, he was currently rushing towards the undead race. However, the negotiations between him and the 10,000 spirit race were not going well. Qianji, we have already received enough support. Even if the 10,000 spirit race does not agree, the 10,000 race war is already set in stone. Qianji frowned. I don't like any uncertain factors. The individual strength of the myriad spirit race is extremely strong. The myriad race immortal war is a battle between immortal venerables, an individual war. I'm afraid that the myriad spirit race will stand on the side of the human race. Heiyin looked at Qianji. This was the first time he saw Qianji so anxious. Qianji, all spirits do not support the war of the 10,000 races, but they will never stand on the side of the human race. Heiyin reminded. However, Qianji was still anxious. No, as long as solipsistic is alive, anything can happen. Qianji, don't you think you're being too sensitive? Lone Tyrant is here to fight. He's here to make enemies. How can the myriad spirit race join hands with the human race? Qianji was stunned for a moment. Heiyin's words made sense. His worries were indeed unnecessary. But for some reason, when a solipsistic passed through the god, descendant, immortal domain, he found it difficult to think calmly. What was that bead? What was the upper limit of the solipsistic strength? Not only was this solipsistic unable to kill him, but he was also chasing after him like a mad dog. Qianji, you should take a good rest. Your condition is not very good. Don't worry. Our people have been watching the solipsistic. Once he enters the myriad spirit race's immortal domain, we will leave immediately. Qianji suddenly said, "How many more days do we have?" 2 days. Let's leave now. Now? He Yin asked curiously. Yes, now. If we stay here, we will be the bargaining chip in the hands of the myriad spirit race. The solipsistic will most likely do anything to get his hands on this bargaining chip. Whether the myriad spirit race agrees or not, our lives are no longer in our hands. Since those old fogies of the myriad spirit race are not willing to start the war of the myriad race, 2 days won't change anything. Let's return to the mystic spirit immortal domain now. All right, don't inform anyone. We will leave immediately. Don't let the solipsistic know where we are. Qianji, are you afraid of that solipsistic? Afraid? Why would I be afraid of him? Don't forget that I almost killed him. Qianji glared at He Yin. Don't forget that I almost killed him. I can kill him at the 5th heaven. Now that I'm at the 7th heaven, I can still kill him. The people we sent out are all trash. Wait till I master the heaven-devouring dark tide. I will kill him personally. He Yin sighed and did not say anything else. He packed his things and prepared to leave the myriad spirit race's immortal domain secretly. There was a long distance between the Shun E race's immortal domain and the myriad spirit race's immortal domain. Lu Chun was sitting cross-legged on the 10-winged dragon head. Dad, do you think Qianji is still in the myriad spirit race? No. Lu Chun opened his eyes and said confidently, "Ah, are you that sure?" Lu Chun smiled. That guy is very afraid of death. Do you still remember when we were at the 6th heaven? He did not even dare to show his face. Later on, in order to avoid me, he went for his tribulation before he was ready. In the end, he did not even become a true immortal. Do you think he's afraid of death? Little Beast nodded. If that's the case, he is indeed very cowardly. That's why he will definitely run away when he sees you going through the Shun E race's immortal battleground. Lu Chun nodded. Then if we keep chasing him, we will never be able to catch up with him. He can see where we are through the Shadow Stone, but we don't know where he is. Lu Chun squinted his eyes. There is a time limit to the visit order. When the crack world opened, he had already gone to the demon race's immortal domain. He even asked Chi Meng and the rest to kill me. If that's the case, he won't be able to leave for long. Also, I purposely released some smoke bombs. As long as he panics, it won't be hard to catch him. Dad, the smoke bomb you're talking about is clear water pearl, right? Yes. Do you still remember the 5th heaven? The reason why he could suppress me was because he had an extremely accurate grasp of my information. This time, I made him unable to figure out my strength. People like him think that they can control everything, but once there's something that he can't control, he will definitely panic. This is our chance. Lu Chun added, "Oh, of course, I showed that clear water pearl in hopes of finding little golden carp. If he can see it, he will also know my whereabouts." After flying for a few hours, Lu Chun saw that they had arrived at the myriad spirit race's immortal domain. He called back Little Beast and the rest. The myriad spirit race had powerful individuals. No one had ever set up an arena here. It could be said that in terms of arenas, the myriad spirit race's arenas were the most terrifying. Lu Chun had just entered the myriad spirit race's immortal domain when a flying mount flew toward him. It was a golden 9-headed phoenix with a wingspan of 300 to 400 meters. It could still fly in front of 10 wings. This mount was not simple, and its owner was definitely not simple. Chapter 1328. There were dozens of people on the Golden Phoenix. The leader of the group had his hands behind his back as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the man on the dragon. "Guy and go," the man said indifferently. "Yes, sacred martial venerable." One of them cupped his fists and leaped towards the Golden Phoenix, stepping on the air. Lu Chan frowned slightly and ordered Ten Winged to stop. That man wanted to continue approaching Ten Winged, but a black spear suddenly shot towards him from afar. At the same time, a spiritual energy shield appeared in front of him. The god-slaying spear stabbed into the spiritual energy shield and blocked the man's path. A deep voice came from the dragon's head. If you have something to say, say it there. If you dare to take another step forward, kill. The man looked at the black spear and pondered for a moment before stopping and cupping his fists towards the dragon's head. May I ask if you're Mr. Solipsistic? Lu Chen walked to the dragon's head and looked at the other party. Yes. Mr. Lone Kwang, I am Sengoku of the Myriad Spirit Race, Guy. I am here to welcome Mr. Lone Kwang under the order of Sacred Martial Venerable. Lu Chan frowned slightly. Both the Devil Race and the God Descendant Race wanted to welcome him, but no race would send an immortal venerable to personally welcome him. Or rather, he did not know if the other party's welcome had other intentions. Mr. Lone Kwang, there is no need to worry. You have the Death God's command, so we will not harm you outside of the arena. Moreover, we have no reason to obstruct you. Lu Chen looked at this Sengoku. This man was not weak. However, compared to the other Sengoku that Lu Chen had met, this man gave off a calm feeling. When he spoke to him, he was neither servile nor overbearing. He did not flaunt his strength or bow to him. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before saying to Ten Winged, come back first. I will go with them. After calling back Ten Winged, Lu Chen floated in the air and raised his hand. The god-slaying spear returned to his hand. Guiding Sengoku, please lead the way. Guiding smiled faintly. Please. The two of them flashed onto the back of the golden phoenix. Sacred Martial Sengoku, Mr. Solipsistic, is here. Guing bowed to a man and reported. Lu Chen also looked at the tall man. Because the 10,000 Spirit Clan had a small population, even Lu Chen had not encountered the 10,000 Spirit Clan. The figures of the 10,000 Spirit Race were similar to that of the human race. Their appearances were not much different from that of the human race. However, the 10,000 Spirit Race's faces were more prominent. Even the women were the same. They looked a little fierce. The Venerable Celestial was wearing a white armor. He didn't look like an immortal, but he looked more like a seasoned veteran. With his back to Lu Chen, the man said in a low voice, Solipsistic, I don't like to beat around the bush. I want to ask you, did you come to my Myriad Spirit Clan to set up an arena, or to kill people? Lu Chen said, it's not just the Myriad Spirit Race. Why go to any race? My main mission is to set up an arena. Since you're setting up an arena, why didn't you leave anyone alive in the previous 5 battles? They wanted me dead. Naturally, I had to kill them first. Lu Chen said frankly, since they're my enemies, why should I be merciful? The Venerable Celestial went silent for a while and asked, why did you choose my Myriad Spirit Clan to set up an arena? I'm chasing after someone. Qianji. Yes. If I tell you that Qianji had just escaped from here, will you continue to challenge him? Lu Chen was stunned. It seemed like the Venerable Celestial did not want him to stay. Solipsistic, I've seen your battles. I know that you haven't used your full strength. At least, you haven't used your blue magical pearl. Lu Chen was stunned again. Clear water pearl? Wait, wasn't he the one who tricked Qianji? Why did it seem like many people were tricked as well? I haven't used it yet. The clear water pearl was used to increase affinity with the water element. Its effect was average. Until now, it had only increased a few hundred points. Actually, its greatest use was for underwater protection. Naturally, Lu Chen would not use it when he was fighting on land. Qianji had looked for us before. He wanted to persuade us to start the Myriad Race War against the human race. However, our Myriad Spirit Clan does not like to participate in such things. Hence, we did not agree to his request. The Venerable Celestial continued, don't think that I'm afraid that you'll win against our Sengoku. In fact, if we send our strongest 9-star Sengoku, you might not win. If this was set out of nowhere, people might think that he was trying to hide something. However, when Lu Chen saw how calm Gu Ying and the rest were, he already believed him. Although Myriad Spirit Clan took the initiative to ask him to give up on setting up an arena here, Gu Ying and the rest did not have any other reaction. They did not seem to care about Lu Chen's reply at all. After fighting for a few times, Lu Chen was certain that these people were not weak. Lu Chen frowned and asked, "Then why does the sacred martial venerable hope that I won't set up an arena here? Firstly, if you win here, it will definitely cause the immortals in our clan to dislike Earth. The devil race and the god descendant race do not care. Their hostility towards the human race is deep-rooted. They have long agreed to start the myriad race war against the human race. But our Myriad Spirit Clan is different. We don't like this kind of meaningless annexation. After all, we already have enough resources in our hands. Even if we have more, it won't change the fact that our Myriad Spirit Clan has very few people. And if you incite public anger, we might be forced to be involved in this immortal war. Secondly, I think that you're a talent. You don't have to doubt my motives. Our Myriad Spirit Clan has very few people. Starting from the fifth heaven, many of us will take in other clans as our disciples. Hence, in our eyes, the strong should be respected. It has nothing to do with race. It had to be said that Lu Chen had a good impression of this Myriad Spirit Clan. If you had told me at the beginning that you were here to kill people and to flatten my Myriad Spirit Immortal Arena, I wouldn't have needed to say anything else. Since you're here to defend yourself, that's why we're having this conversation. Although you're very strong, if you want to set up an arena in the Myriad Spirit Clan, let alone 5 rounds, I won't let you win even 1 round. Therefore, you might as well continue your legend and choose the next clan. I can let you pass through the Myriad Spirit Immortal Realm directly. How about it? Are you willing to accept my conditions? After the sacred martial venerable finished speaking, he paused for a long time. He didn't urge Lu Chen, giving him enough time to think. Suddenly, Lu Chen raised his head and said, "Sacred martial venerable, if the Myriad race launches the Myriad race war against the human race, is it possible for your Myriad Spirit Clan to help?" "No," the sacred martial venerable answered directly. Lu Chen frowned. "Sacred martial venerable, then? I'm sorry, I won't accept your suggestion. I'll set up an arena in the Myriad Spirit Clan." "Why?" Lu Chen took a deep breath. "I've accepted the Death God order and come to the monster race, the God's descendant race, and the Myriad Spirit Clan. You all said that the Myriad race war is unavoidable. Therefore, other than killing Qianji, I'm also going to make all the other clans reconsider whether they want to launch the Myriad race war against the human race. The Myriad Spirit Clan's individual combat power is even stronger than the God's descendant race. If I can pass through here smoothly, I believe that I can make more clans reconsider the Myriad race war." After a moment of silence, the sacred martial venerable said, "Are you sure? Your decision may cause you to die here." Lu Chen smiled. "So what if I die? There are some people that I will protect, even if I have to die." Chapter 1329. At this moment, the martial Saint Celestial Master turned around. The surrounding Sengoku knelt down on one knee. Lu Chen was also stunned when he saw this person. Most importantly, he looked more like a human than the other Myriad Spirit race members. The martial Saint Celestial Master raised his hand, and the other Sengoku stood up. He looked at Lu Chen and smiled. "Don't stare at me like that. You're right, I have half-human blood. My mother is a human, even though I know she didn't give birth to me willingly." Celestial Master. Guing couldn't help but remind the martial Saint Celestial Master. He didn't expect the martial Saint Celestial Master to mention such a secret to an outsider like the solipsistic. The Myriad Spirit race used force to make the martial Saint Celestial Master's mother pregnant with him. Clearly, this wasn't something to be proud of. The martial Saint Celestial Master said calmly, "After so many years, I've already seen through these things. The Myriad Spirit race is a natural-born powerhouse. While they're blessed, they're also cursed. The chances of getting pregnant in the Myriad Spirit race is extremely low. 9 out of 10 babies would die in the womb. Therefore, what happened to my mother isn't rare." Lu Chen didn't know how to comment. The martial Saint Celestial Master walked to Lu Chun and looked at Lu Chun. Are you sure you want to set up an arena? You might miss the chance to catch up with Qianji. Lu Chun smiled. I won't go around any immortal domain. As for Qianji, he won't be able to escape. The martial Saint Celestial Master smiled. You're indeed arrogant. For someone like Qianji, you'll be in more danger if he lives. Martial Saint Celestial Master, since you have half human blood, why can't you help the human race? The martial Saint Celestial Master said, Firstly, I do have the right to speak in the myriad spirit race, but I don't have the final say. Secondly, the human blood has never brought me any glory, only endless humiliation. Thirdly, although the myriad spirit race doesn't need to sever ties with the mortal world to deal with the heavenly tribulation I've already seen through the mortal world. But Lu Chen suddenly stared at Shengwu. But adversity can also push people forward. Even though you're an immortal venerable now, half of your body's bloodline is still human. Mortal love? Sorry, forgive me for being blunt, but even you immortals will never be able to escape from it. I know many immortals, and there are as many heartless people as there are hairs on a cow. However, no one can truly forget the past. You all just choose to forget and seal the past in the depths of your memories. Lu Chun snorted. If you don't care about the future of the human race at all, you wouldn't be waiting for me here. You don't have to tell me everything. No matter how you threaten me, since I've decided to open the arena here, I won't change my mind. Shengwu narrowed his eyes slightly. Solipsistic, if you lose one day, it will be because of your stubbornness. But it's also because of my character that I've come this far. Lu Chun refused to budge an inch. The other Sengoku couldn't help but look at Lu Chun a few more times. Solipsistic was probably the first person who dared to talk to Shengwu, immortal venerable like this. However, Shengwu didn't get angry. After a while, he suddenly said, You just said that no matter how I threaten you, you won't change your mind? Yes. Then what about temptation? Lu Chun suddenly paused. This Shengwu, immortal venerable, was really something. He even knew about coercion and temptation. Since coercion didn't work, he changed to temptation, but in the face of right and wrong, he should still be able to maintain his principles. Ahem, I'll make a condition. See if you can accept it. Shengwu, immortal venerable, said, I'll set up the arena for you, but you can only fight 3 rounds at most. Then, no matter who wins or loses, I'll take you to the myriad spirit ancient realm. I'll give you 3 years to cultivate there. Lu Chen's principle was now greatly shaken. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. You can go to the Blood Spirit City and let the people there take you to the Saint Martial Immortal City. At that time, tell me your decision. Shengwu, immortal venerable, turned around. Okay, you can go now. Seeing Lu Chun flying away on 10-winged, Guang stepped forward. Immortal venerable, you still can't let go of the human race. Although Shengwu, immortal venerable, said that he was here to negotiate with Lu Chun, he was obviously here to give him benefits. Shengwu, immortal venerable, put his hands behind his back and looked at the distant sky. That direction was the human race's immortal realm. Guang, I've never been there before. I'm going to see my mother's hometown. She gave me life, and I gave the human race hope. Mother and son, we are even now. Guang also looked in that direction. Immortal venerable, Lu Chun was thinking along the way that there was no need to consider such a deal. He should have agreed at that time. 2 less battles meant that he would lose 20 million spirit tablets. But the name of the 10,000 spirit ancient realm was not simple at all. Sai, if I go to the 10,000 spirit ancient realm, won't Qianji escape? This was probably the main reason why Lu Chun was hesitating. Now, he was only half a day away from Qianji. If he gave up halfway, who knew when the next time would come? Just as Lu Chun was thinking, a large immortal city appeared in front of him. As soon as Lu Chun landed, someone walked out of the city gate. There were a total of 3 people. The leader said, Mr. Solipsistic, you know me? Don't tell me you're waiting for me here too? Lu Chun asked curiously. We've seen your arena recording stone. Here, the strong will be respected. It has nothing to do with race. Lucian indeed felt that the atmosphere of the 10,000 spirit tribe was different from other races. But if Mr. Lone Tyrant is here to spar, the 10,000 spirit tribe welcomes you. But if you're here to... Lucian interrupted him. It's just an arena. If others don't want my life, I don't have to take their lives. Only then did that person nod his head, and the wary look on his face turned into a smile. Good, that's for the best. Actually, I have a disciple of the human race. It's just that that kid is really disappointing. Ha! He should still be a true immortal now. A guard beside him asked, "Oh right, I heard that the 10,000 spirit tribe is going to start an immortal war with the human race. Does Mr. Lone Tyrant know about this?" "I've heard about it. There's a high chance that it's going to be hard to reverse the situation," Lucian said, "but I hope that through this arena, there will be some changes." That person nodded. "Sigh, before I came to the seventh heaven, I had a few teammates from the human race. I couldn't bear to see them go extinct. Once the 10,000 spirit tribe war starts, it will decide the life and death of a race." Lucian suddenly had a good impression of the 10,000 spirit tribe. "Many thanks. But if it's really hard to reverse the situation, we'll still protect the human race with our lives." "Mr. Lone Tyrant, forgive me for being blunt. With your current strength, I'm afraid you're powerless to reverse the situation." Lucian asked, "Oh right, do you know about the 10,000 spirit ancient realm? Is it a time cultivation room? If you cultivate in the 10,000 spirit ancient realm for 3 years, how long would that be?" 10,000 spirit ancient realm? The 10,000 spirit tribe members were surprised. How should I put it? It can be considered a time cultivation space, but not completely. If you cultivate in there for 3 years, it'll be 3 years inside and 3 years outside. If you cultivate in there for 3 years, it'll be 3 reincarnations. Hearing that, Lucian's mind buzzed. Chapter 1330. Lucian followed these people to St. Martial Immortal City. Myriad Spirit Race's Immortal City was huge. It was not inferior to God-descendant race's Immortal City. But there were few people in the city. It seemed empty. In front of St. Martial Immortal Venerable's cave dwelling, Lucian waited for a while before he was invited into the Grotto Heaven. Level 1 cave dwelling was indeed on a different level from Level 2 cave dwellings. It was almost like a small world. There were mountain springs and streams, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was full of spirit energy. St. Martial Immortal Venerable was hoeing in a flower field. Lucian walked over. "Help!" St. Martial Immortal Venerable glanced at Lucian. "I don't know how," Lucian said honestly. "You don't know how? You defeated Sengoku. You don't know how to grow herbs?" "I didn't learn how to refine medicine, not to mention growing herbs." St. Martial Immortal Venerable stood up and looked at Lucian in surprise. "You are quite interesting. How is it? Have you thought it through?" "I have. I agree to your condition. We will only fight 3 rounds. As long as your people don't kill me, we will only spar. But I have a condition. I need to find Xianji first. I will go to Myriad Spirit Ancient Realm after I return." St. Martial Immortal Venerable smiled. He did not say anything. He suddenly asked another question. "Have you heard of the heaven-devouring black tide?" "Heaven-devouring black tide? Is it a cultivation technique?" "No, it is a type of puppet. The heaven-devouring black tide is formed by God slaying demonic insects. I heard you have a heaven-devouring god-slaying rat. The power of a god-slaying demonic insect is even more terrifying than an adult heaven-devouring god-slaying rat." Lucian opened his eyes wide. A small goo worm has such terrifying power. Not at first, but the heaven-devouring black tide refers to the countless number of god-slaying demonic insect puppets. St. Martial Immortal Venerable brought Lucian to sit on a chair in the flower field. Wherever the heaven-devouring black tide passes, not even a blade of grass will survive. You can say that even an immortal venerable would have to avoid the heaven-devouring black tide. Puppeteer is the most unique profession in the immortal realm. Even if they do not open the path to immortality, their strength will continue to increase. Of course, it's not easy to do that. You need to have an incredible talent in puppetry. Most puppeteers are unable to break through the level restriction. Unfortunately, Qianji has the talent to break through the level restriction. Qianji is a rare, genius puppeteer. His puppetry skills have reached a godly level. His hands can be said to be the work of nature. I heard that his heaven-devouring black tide is almost complete. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. He had been chasing after Qianji all this while. However, he had never thought about whether he could defeat Qianji if he managed to catch up with him. Now that he could defeat a 9-star immortal king, and Qianji was only a rogue immortal, it should not be a problem for him to defeat Qianji. Martial, immortal, venerable, God. Qianji's strength was beyond his imagination. Most importantly, solipsistic, you're going to face more than just Qianji. Can you change the situation by killing him? Lu Chan didn't know what to say for a while. So, make good use of this opportunity. Lu Chan looked at Sacred Marshal. Why are you helping me? Sheng Wu looked at Lu Chan and said after a moment of silence, Senior Immortal. Sometimes I have no choice. In short, I don't want to see the extinction of the human tribe. From this point of view, I'm not helping you. I'm just taking what I need. Lu Chan nodded. No matter what, thank you for telling me all this. So what do you plan to do now? After the battle, I'll come to the 10,000 spirits ancient realm. In 3 years, all of this will be over. Are you confident? No, I only know that I can't lose. Black Tortoise smiled and nodded. The path you've chosen has no way out. All right, let Gying bring you to the immortal arena. At this moment, the human race immortal arena was filled with people. The goblin race immortal arena and the god descendant race immortal arena were also filled with people. Solipsistic finally went to the 10,000 spirits immortal realm. There were people setting up bets all over the place. Yifan bet a few hundred spirit tablets on winning 3 rounds in a row. Seeing that Yifan had made a bet, Mu Long, Feng Wu, Zhou Er, and Ling Long also placed their bets on winning 5 rounds in a row. Although the odds of winning 5 rounds in a row had decreased greatly after the battle between the goblin race and the god descendant race, everyone still returned to their seats happily. After all, there was still profit to be made. The battle soon started. To Lu Chen's surprise, his first opponent was Gying, who had sent him here. Saint Martial Celestial's right-hand man, 9-star Sengoku, Gying. 53 battles, 51 wins. One had to know that this included all his battle results since he entered the 7th heaven. In the 10,000 spirits race, which was extremely strong, to have such battle results was already very terrifying. Solipsistic, do your best. Gying said calmly. If you don't use your blue pearl now, you may not have a chance to use it. Lu Chen smiled. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a pure battle. Lu Chen took out the Void God slaying spear. It is indeed a good spear. Gying's gaze fell on the Void God slaying spear, and he couldn't help but praise. However, mine is not bad either. With that, he moved his sword finger, and 2 long swords appeared beside him, one on the left and one on the right, one green and one white. It's the Sky Sea Twin Swords. Mu Long recognized the sword as soon as he saw it. This is also the famous weapon of a celestial supremacy. It seems that Gying has obtained the inheritance of that celestial supremacy. This Gying's main cultivation is sword spirit, and his secondary cultivation is killing god assassin. He is definitely the most difficult 9-star Sengoku to deal with. Feng Wu said, Solipsistic, I will not let you pass through me. Gying held 2 swords and looked coldly at Lu Chun. The 2 of them activated many additional statuses at the same time, and both of them were already 120% alert. With a ding, the immortal battle began. Almost at the same time, Gying disappeared from Lu Chen's sight. Celestial Demon Heavenly Eye. Lu Chun used the Heavenly Eye to help him observe his opponent's movements. Don't look for him, he is here. A low shout came from behind Lu Chun, and then 2 cold breaths brushed past the back of Lu Chen's neck. Immortal technique, cold light backstab. This was the killing god assassin. His movements were unpredictable. and his killing moves were extremely swift. "I knew you were behind me," Lu Chen shouted in a low voice. "Reverse Soul, Roaming Dragon." Lu Chen quickly blocked the opponent's attack, but the moment he blocked the attack, Guang had already disappeared. "My backstab is an immortal technique. Do you think you can block it so easily?" Another chill came from behind him. Lu Chen hurriedly withdrew his reverse Soul, Roaming Dragon, and shouted in a low voice, "Emptiness of God's and Demons' Arm. Void Guard." With a boom, the high-intensity spiritual energy collided and exploded on Lu Chen's void arm, and Lu Chen was knocked back. Spear Dao, shattering stars. This time, Lu Chen directly stabbed his spear behind him. As expected, the immortal technique's backstab was a continuous backstab. This spear directly forced Guang to reveal his true body. Guang jumped away easily and was not in a hurry to attack. He looked at Lu Chen with interest. "You have quite a lot of combat experience. You actually predicted that I would prepare an ambush behind you. Looks like I still underestimated you." Lu Chen sneered. "Guang, if this is your full strength, I'm afraid you can't stop me." Guang smiled. "That was just a warm-up." Chapter 1331. I'll show you what it means to have two professions, Guing said, and suddenly increased his speed. The Sky Sea Twin, swords could be used in hundreds of ways in his hands. Sometimes it would be the sword spirit's sword, and sometimes it would be an assassin's dagger. Gu Ying's spiritual power was also extremely exquisite. Sword chi and cold air crisscrossed, making it impossible to guard against. An inch longer was an inch stronger, and an inch shorter was an inch more dangerous. Gu Ying's attack was to avoid Lu Chen's spear range and attack close to Lu Chen. Reverse Soul, Roaming Dragon. Lu Chen blocked the opponent's attack and was about to stab with his spear, but Gu Ying had already used an assassin's movement technique to get behind him. "Solipsistic, although your attack is strong. You can't even touch the corner of my clothes." Frost Throat. 9 void steps. You can't run away. Carefree, sword chi. Ghost clapped shoulder. Several sword chi attacked at the same time, but Gu Ying was already behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurriedly swung Great Ravager and used Great Ravager to block at the same time. "Wrong, my killer move is here." A voice suddenly came from below Lu Chen. "Piercing sun, soaring sky." Lu Chen hurriedly moved to the side, but the opponent's speed was too fast, and Lu Chen was not prepared. Although he avoided the vital parts, he was still hit by the sharp and tricky attack. With a boom, Lu Chen was directly sent flying by the spiritual power. The two's close combat speed was extremely fast, but Gu Ying's movement technique was more flexible, and his attacks were more varied. Everyone was already dazzled watching. "That Gu Ying is really strong. I've never seen Master being suppressed like this in a fight." Yi Fan frowned, his eyes full of worry. Gu Ying is known as the nightmare of close combat. As long as you're entangled with him, it's a nightmare, Mu Long said in a low voice. The Thousand Spirit Clan's individual combat ability is definitely the best among all the clans, Ling Long also said. Fortunately, Lu Chen's body was protected by dragon scales. After being hit this time, the dragon scales were cut from his lower abdomen to his left chest. Blood seeped out, but it was not fatal. Lu Chen glanced at the wound on his chest. His eyes emitted a faint green mist. Gu Ying stood not far away and looked at Lu Chen indifferently. I said, "Don't even think about getting past me." Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he put away the void, god-slaying spear. Seeing this scene, everyone was somewhat puzzled. Lone Tyrant had always used this void, god-slaying spear since he was a member of the demon race. It was extremely powerful, and countless celestial kings had fallen under its might. However, he had put away his weapon. Is Solipsistic admitting defeat? He didn't even use the god-slaying spear. He must know that he can't defeat Lone Shadow. Guing is too strong. He's already one of the strongest 9-star Sengoku. Do you know who Solitary Shadow lost to in the past 2 matches? It said that he was too arrogant and angered a Sengoku demon when he was a true immortal. That was why he lost 2 battles. Since he followed the sacred martial celestial master, he restrained his arrogance and focused on improving his strength. When he reached the level of Sengoku, he defeated his opponent who was 2 stars higher than him. There were many legends about Guiying, but without exception, they all proved that Guiying was the most terrifying killer. In a glass room on the top floor of the 10,000 Spirit Immortal Arena, a few celestial masters were watching the battle. Solipsistic demons should be planning to give up. Sacred Marshal, do you really think it's a wise choice to let him use the 10,000 Spirit Ancient Realm? If Guiying can't defeat him, it means that he's not the best. Sacred Marshal, we can understand that you want to help the human tribe. When you applied to let solipsistic demons use the 10,000 Spirit Ancient Realm, we didn't object. But now, it seems that the hope you mentioned doesn't exist at all. After a long silence, the sacred martial celestial master finally said, "The fate of the human tribe will be changed by the human tribe. Even I can't do it. The battle hasn't ended. It's too early to make a conclusion." Guiying looked at Lu Chun in surprise as he put away the god-slaying spear. He frowned slightly and said, "You want to surrender? Don't worry, I won't kill you." Lu Chun snorted and said, "Guiying, I'm sorry. You misunderstood me. The word surrender doesn't exist in my dictionary. You can't stop me." After saying that, Lu Chun slowly raised his right hand. A 2-colored long sword slowly rose from the void. As if they had been waiting for a long time, the moment this sword appeared, the weapons of all the people present vibrated slightly at the same time. What kind of weapon is this? My divine artifact unsealed itself. My divine artifact is one of the top 50 divine artifacts on the list of 10,000 Spirit Ancient Realm. How could it be so restless? Black and white, like yin and yang. The black and white spiritual energy revolve around it like a celestial demon. This sword, could it be? Everyone thought that Lu Chun was only good at using spears. They didn't know that this sword had accompanied Lu Chun for the longest time. The black and white long sword, the black and white fog. The infinite celestial demon sword. The king descends. In the glass room, the celestial primes looked at the long sword in Lu Chun's hand in shock. My God, this guy has collected all 7 pieces of the life, reversing celestial demon set. He's only a human king. How could he do this? The infinite celestial demon sword is not on any list. The only reason is that it's too powerful. I didn't expect Solipsistic to have the infinite celestial demon sword. Even my universe gold bell is nervous. This is the #1 divine artifact in the 10,000 Spirit Immortal Realm. When he saw his master take out the infinite celestial demon sword, Yifan immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Looks like Master is really angry. He even took out the infinite celestial demon sword. Mulong opened his eyes wide. This is the other weapon that guy was talking about? He originally thought that the void god-destroying spear was already strong enough. He didn't expect that Lu Chun actually had an even stronger weapon. This guy, Mulong said fiercely. How can a person who only cultivates fishing be so strong? Lu Chun held the infinite celestial demon sword in one hand and looked at Gu Ying indifferently. Gu Ying, I heard that you're good at close combat. Unfortunately, I don't only know how to use spears. After saying that, Lu Chun shot towards Gu Ying like a bolt of lightning. The infinite celestial demon sword had already finished extracting the divine artifact. All the attributes that it had devoured in the past were now counted as Lu Chun's. Moreover, it had just devoured a batch of half-god artifacts and god artifacts. Now, its attributes were even stronger than before. Divine Devil Star Body. Instant 3,000 slashes. Lu Chun's figure suddenly blurred. Solipsistic, do you think that you can defeat me with this kind of low-level skill? Gu Ying's figure suddenly disappeared. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. The Sacred Lotus Sword Heart used by the infinite celestial demon sword was even faster. Moreover, Lu Chun had also activated the Divine Devil Star Body. The current Sacred Lotus Sword Heart was on a completely different level from the god-destroying spear earlier. Thousands of sword shadows streaked across the sky. bombarding the ground with indiscriminate attacks. The infinite celestial demon sword in Lu Chen's hand suddenly transformed into the god-destroying spear. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. Boom, 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 boom. The entire immortal arena was bombarded by the sword chi and spiritual energy cannons. Under such intensive attacks, even Guing found it hard to get close. He could only wait for a better opportunity. However, such a terrifying attack did not make Guing appear. This guy was too strong. However, at this moment, Lu Chun suddenly launched an attack at an empty space. Guing, I have found you. Sky-breaking sword. There was a flash of light. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in the empty space. His eyes were wide open. Solipsistic used the aftershock of the spiritual energy produced by the intensive attacks to locate Gu Ying's position. This fellow was like a completely different person compared to before. Assassins were afraid of being exposed, but sword spirits were not. Facing Lu Chen's sky-breaking sword, Gu Ying activated his ultimate skill. Don't think that I won't dare to fight you head-on. Immortal technique, sky and sea double swords, sea and sky sword. However, just as Lu Chen's sword was about to collide with Gu Ying's, Lu Chun suddenly changed his move. Formless. Triple door. Universal annihilation. Back attack. With formless, Lu Chun canceled the back attack without leaving a trace. He only used the back attack to quickly move behind his opponent. Immortal technique. True fire ice sword. Polar ice explosion. Chapter 1332. Gu Ying's eyes widened. Is there a need to be so casual? However, at this moment, the ice flame explosion sword was already sweeping towards him like two giant dragons of ice and fire. Lu Chun changed his move suddenly. The ice element reduced his movement speed, and Gu Ying couldn't dodge in time. He had no choice but to take it head-on. Colored glass, sword shield. With a loud bang, the spiritual energy in front of Gu Ying exploded. Other than the ice element, the ice flame explosion sword also had the fire element. The explosion of the fire element's spiritual energy was fully unleashed at this moment. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed Gu Ying. Everyone couldn't see Gu Ying's situation clearly. After a short moment, Gu Ying's figure was quickly sent flying from the fire dragon. His whole body was like a cannonball. He flew back hundreds of meters and directly hit the defensive shield. Gu Ying's whole body was burned. His hands were trembling as he leaned weakly on the defensive shield. Even a 9-star Sengoku couldn't block Solipsistic sword. The black and white swords gently touched Gu Ying's chest. Lu Chun stood in front of Gu Ying with his sword and smiled. You lost. Gu Ying was furious. He wanted to stand up, but Lu Chun shook his head at him. Gu Ying, don't go too far. I don't want to take your life. Gu Ying stared at Lu Chun. After a while, he took a deep breath and sighed. So, the sword is your most powerful weapon. Lu Chun shook his head. I can only say that my god-slaying spear was suppressed by you too much. I had no choice but to use the sword. Solipsistic admitted that Gu Ying did suppress his god-slaying spear. This was undoubtedly a high evaluation of Gu Ying. Lu Chun put away the limitless sword. He reached out his hand and smiled at Gu Ying. Gu Ying hesitated for a moment and shook his head self-mockingly. Solipsistic, everyone says that you're extremely arrogant. But the strange thing is, I actually feel that you're not that arrogant. Maybe you've already tried your best not to show off in front of others. After saying that, Gu Ying grabbed Lu Chen's hand and climbed up from the ground, putting his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder. Hey, tell me secretly. Don't tell me that your spiritual aura has reached the level of spirit manipulation. You change your moves too quickly. Lu Chen smiled. I've only scratched the surface. I just said that you're not arrogant, and now you're starting again. I really only scratched the surface. Fine, I don't want to talk to you. Hey, your polar ice flame explosion is a dual elemental cultivation technique, but what's your affinity with ice and fire elements? 20,000. Ice and fire have both reached 10,000. No, both ice and fire are 20,000. You. How many pills did you take? I didn't take much elemental affinity. Sai, how much does a single pill add? Previously, that Pangu Immortal gave me 3 yellow earth heavenly crystal pills, but it only added 1,500 points. He was so stingy. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lu Chan sent Gu Ying to the side of the arena. Along the way, the two of them whispered, and no one knew what they were talking about. Gu Ying's colleague glanced at Lu Chan, then helped Gu Ying over. Solipsistic, you are indeed very strong. Thank you. Lu Chan smiled and returned to the arena. Standing on the arena again, he suddenly realized that many people in the myriad spirit clan's bustling immortal arena audience stood up and looked at him. In the stands, a Sengoku shouted at Lu Chan. That person's voice was loud like a bell. At first, I thought that your sacred lotus sword heart and firepower suppression were a big failure. Not to mention wasting a lot of spiritual energy, this kind of aimless attack couldn't target Gu Ying. But I didn't expect that you actually used 2 major group attack techniques to cover the entire arena with your spiritual energy, using spiritual energy to change and lock on a Gu Ying. Such a hidden and unsolvable trap. This one admires you. Lu Chan smiled at that person. Senior overpraises me. After that person finished speaking, he jumped onto the arena and cupped his fists towards Lu Chan. Senior doesn't deserve this title. Your strength has made my eyes light up. This king is Golden Court Sengoku, and I would like to exchange pointers with little friend Gu Kwang. Soon, Golden Court's information was displayed. 9-star Sengoku, 56 battles, 56 victories. It was actually a perfect record. Even Golden Court can't sit still. In the glass room, an immortal senior shook his head and sighed. That guy hasn't fought for a long time. With his strength, he might break through to the immortal senior realm at any time. Golden Court should be considered the peak of 9-star Sengoku's strength among the myriad races. That's not necessarily true. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in every race, and a fight between experts happens in an instant. Unless they are much stronger, no one would dare to call themselves the peak. However, there is no dispute that he is the peak Sengoku of the myriad races. After Lu Chan glanced at Golden Court's record, he smiled slightly. All right, that person threw over 2 pills. This is a top-grade sacrificial spiritual pill and a top-grade blood invigorating pill. After taking it, meditate and cultivate for half an hour. It will help you recover. Lu Chan looked at this person in surprise. That person smiled. Since it is an exchange of pointers, I don't wish to fight with someone who is not in a good state. Lu Chan smiled and swallowed the pill before sitting down cross-legged. Half an hour later, Lu Chan stood up. Senior Golden Court has waited for a long time. Let's begin. Golden Court's strength was above Gu Ying's. Moreover, he majored in martial monk and sword controlling, and he minored in talisman arrays and medicine master. He was actually a 4th cultivator of true virtue. The two fought for hundreds of rounds, and it was actually hard to tell who was better. However, whether it was the myriad spirit race, the human race, the monster race, or the god-descendant race, everyone no longer cared about the outcome of these 2 super experts. The battle between them could be said to be brilliant beyond compare. The use of cultivation techniques, adaptations, changes in moves, and the use of spiritual qi could all be called classics. Too brilliant, Mulan exclaimed sincerely. Both of them are good at both offense and defense. Their reactions are godly. It's simply too much for the eye to take in. Feng Wu also said, this is a true competition between experts. It's just that I never would have thought that Lu Chan could actually be on par with Golden Court. Mulan was just about to chat with his fellow sufferer, Yi Fan. When he turned his head, he saw Yi Fan watching the battle with unprecedented focus. In order to see the attack and defense of the two clearly, Yi Fan seemed to have activated some kind of state. His eyes turned purple, imprinting the 2 figures in his eyes. This guy is watching so seriously. This battle lasted for 3 hours. Even the defense array of the immortal arena was already full of holes. The two were actually still on par with each other. He can actually fight with Golden Court for 3 hours and not be at a disadvantage. Guing watched the battle in shock. This guy's actual combat ability is already close to that of a venerable immortal. In the arena, the two retreated after exchanging blows. Golden Court laughed. Ha ha ha, awesome. Solipsistic, it's been a long time since I've had such a great battle. Good, you're qualified to take my ultimate move. Lu Chen's eyes were also abnormally hot. This Golden Court was invisible, but after exchanging blows, he displayed extremely terrifying combat ability. His attacks were repeatedly neutralized by the other party, and his various strategies were quickly seen through by the other party. The two of them were simply evenly matched, like a zither meeting a soulmate. It was no exaggeration to say that Golden Court was at least a level stronger than Guing. I'll take your ultimate move. Lu Chen sneered and pulled out the god-slaying spear with his left hand. With both hands, he wielded a sword and a spear. Immortal technique, true fire ice sword, polar ice explosion. Void attack, god-slaying spear, heavenly fury spear. Judge Huang strengthened the array with his sword and roared. Immortal technique, imperial 9 swords. 9 swords as one. The 3 powerful moves collided. Instantly, all the images on the shadow stones turned white. Chapter 1333. Lu Chen attacked with his left and right hands at the same time, while Huang Ting used a super powerful killer move. The 3 moves collided, and the scene's spirit energy exploded. The 2 figures flew out at the same time and directly hit the defensive shield. Then, the 2 of them fell to the ground, motionless. Everyone held their breaths. What exactly was going on with these 2 super experts? Who will stand up first? I don't know, but Solipsistic can actually compete with Huang Ting's proof and not be defeated directly. It's unbelievable. In terms of technique and strength, Solipsistic is not inferior to any 9-star Sengoku. The human race, monster race, God's descendant race, myriad spirit race, and perhaps even more people who are paying attention to this arena were all anxiously watching the movements of the 2. As for who would win and who would lose, as long as one of them could still stand up, the final result would be decided. Suddenly, Huang Ting's hand twitched, and everyone's heartstrings seemed to be pulled by that twitching finger. Or is Huang Ting stronger? Huang Ting tried to raise his head. He saw Lu Chen in the distance, who was motionless. He clenched his teeth and tried to get up, but just as he moved, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. At this moment, Solipsistic also moved. Lu Chen looked up and saw Huang Ting. He knew that Huang Ting's situation was not much better than his own. But at this time, his spirit energy was exhausted, and his spirit core was in chaos. Not only could it not generate any more spirit energy, but Lu Chen was also in extreme pain. He tried to get up, but after struggling a few times, he also failed. Both of them seemed to be unable to stand up. Could it be a draw? It's very rare to see a draw in the immortal arena. It seems that these 2 can no longer defeat each other. Lu Chen looked at Huang Ting, gritted his teeth, and said weakly, "Little Yuan." A huge white tiger suddenly appeared beside Lu Chen. Those who were not familiar with Lu Chen were already stunned at this time. Huang Ting was a powerhouse of the 4th cultivator of true virtue, and Solipsistic had displayed the skills of a fighter, a sword spirit, a spiritual energy explosion expert, and even an assassin in the previous battle. No one knew that Solipsistic had also learned the beast tamer skill. This Solipsistic has practiced 5 different professions. No way. Who has the energy and comprehension to practice 5 professions at the same time? It wasn't difficult to cultivate 5 skills, but the difficult part was being able to use each skill to such a terrifying degree. Xiao Yuan carefully put Lu Chen on its back, and then walked to Huang Ting. "Don't hurt him," Lu Chen said weakly. Since its master had given the order, Xiao Yuan naturally wouldn't hurt Huang Ting. It just roared at Huang Ting. This roar was full of energy, which also meant that the sub-originator was in its peak state. Solipsistic was still alive, so his battle pets were still able to fight. However, Huang Ting couldn't move at all. Naturally, The winner of the match was solipsistic. Huang Ting looked at Lu Chun, who was lying on the back of the white tiger. For a moment, he was confused. You're also in Beast Tamer? Fine. I'm unable to fight anymore. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. Lu Chun forced out a smile. You and I are just exchanging pointers. Why would I want to kill you? It's just that I'm the winner of this battle. All of a sudden, the audience burst into applause. There was no doubt that Lone Shadow and Huang Ting were both powerful warriors of the 10,000 spirits. Lu Chen's strength had been recognized by the 10,000 spirits after his 2 victories. At the same time, a Sengoku jumped onto the stage and walked toward Lu Chen. Wonderful, very wonderful. Solipsistic, congratulations. You've won the 2nd round. I'll take on the next one. There was no time for rest in the arena. Even though Lu Chen was severely injured, the match had to go on. Someone took Huang Ting down. At the same time, the information of the new challenger was displayed on the screen. Lian Hua, a 9-star Sengoku, won 67 battles and 67 victories. Solipsistic, Huang Ting won all his matches because he didn't challenge me, Lian Hua said with a smile. Lu Chen looked at his opponent while lying on the back of the suboriginator. Regardless of whether Lian Hua was bragging or not, judging from his battle record, this guy should be stronger than Huang Ting. As for Su Ping, he was no longer able to fight against an opponent stronger than Huang Ting. Lian Hua looked at Lu Chen. It's a shame that Huang Ting beat me to it. Otherwise, I would have liked to fight you. It seems that I have to wait for the next time. All of a sudden, Lu Chen said, no need to wait for the next time. The Supreme Death Token has never been defeated, so it won't be defeated by me either. Lian Hua looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Solipsistic, I'm afraid you can't win in your current state. Lu Chen smiled. It's impossible for me to win, but don't forget that I'm also an animal controller. Little beast furball. 2 more guys appeared beside Lu Chen. One looked like a human being, and the other was a cute white mouse. Dad, you finally thought of us. Little beast stared at Lian Hua. Hey, old man, my dad said that we must win this round, so you can't win. Furry's body rapidly grew in size as it roared at Lian Hua. Its pair of greedy eyes stared at Lian Hua. Lu Chen planned to send out the 3 beasts for the 3rd round. Theoretically speaking, the 3 beasts were not as strong as the 9-star Sengoku, but they each had their own strengths. If they could make full use of their strengths, and the suboriginator had just evolved, they might have a chance to win. Your animal controller is seriously injured. Are you going to defeat me with him alone? Lian Hua said with a smile. Without the help of their masters, the battle pet's strength will be reduced by at least half. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Who told you that they're all battle pets? Puppetry. Lu Chen directly used the puppetry skill to control the suboriginator. The entire deity arena was in an uproar after the skill was used. Once again, the solipsistic had refreshed people's understanding of him. Oh my god, this guy knows puppetry as well. How many classes has he practiced? Puppetry and animal controller? What other classes hasn't he practiced? Is he practicing all the classes? If he's practicing all the classes, he would have to have very high attributes in order to make full use of the advantages of his classes. If he's practicing multiple classes at the same time, there will be a slight pause when he switches between techniques. However, the techniques of every class are horrifying, and he can switch between techniques as if he's lucky. I can't see any flaws at all. What's going on? I just want to know how a human emperor can be so strong. Speaking of which, do you know the 2 battle pets and the puppet? It was unknown who said this, but the surrounding people suddenly fell into silence. A high-star Sengoku suddenly said, if my guess is correct, that large rat should be the legendary heaven-swallowing god-slaying rat. The onlookers almost vomited blood. The heaven-swallowing god-slaying rat was only a legend, but it was already frightening enough. It was not hard to imagine how horrifying it was. There's also a humanoid battle pet. Why haven't I heard of it before? Only one kind of battle pet is humanoid. Besides, such battle pets can't exist in nature unless they're synthesized by hand. It's called the Beast God. Beast God? Do you mean the Beast God? The Beast God of battle pets? That puppet doesn't seem to be an ordinary white tiger puppet. Finally, the knowledgeable onlookers were stumped. Nobody knew the real identity of the beast god. Inside a residence in the mystic spirit's mystic realm, Qian Ji was losing his mind. He knew that puppet. Idiot, that's not a white tiger puppet. That's the essence of nature. If it weren't for that guy, I would have killed the solipsistic. The beast god of battle pets, the legendary heaven-swallowing god-slaying rat. And the essence of nature. Why does the solipsistic have so many battle pets? With a ding, the third round began. The little beast moved its wrist and shook its head. Dad, Furball, it's not right to have one less enemy. Inside the training room in the Wonderland, a rhubarb dog moved its body to a more comfortable position and went back to sleep. Chapter 1334. At this moment, Lu Chan was thinking quickly, trying to come up with a countermeasure. In terms of strength, the three beasts were no match for Lian Hua. The gap between them was too big. However, it didn't mean that they had no chance of winning. The key was the sub-originator. For one thing, the sub-originator had just evolved and its strength had been greatly improved. For another, he was the one controlling the sub-originator. Most importantly, the characteristics of the sub-originator were still important. If the sub-originator appeared in its original form, some of the immortals would have recognized it. However, the sub-originator was in the shape of a white tiger. Except for Lu Chen's trusted subordinates, almost no one could recognize it. Who would think that a white tiger was the essence of heaven and earth when they saw it? Since they didn't know it was the essence of heaven and earth, they certainly wouldn't know that the white tiger could absorb attacks. Absorbing attacks was the only way to win the battle. Although the sub-originator was more resistant to elemental attacks after its evolution, it might not be able to resist the attacks of an opponent as powerful as Lian Hua. As for the Heaven's Might attacks, there were very few of them, but once they were launched, they would be extremely powerful and must be dealt with carefully. In short, this battle would be extremely difficult. Lu Chan whispered to the two beasts, Little beast, little furball, you two distract Lian Hua. I'll absorb the damage and wait for an opportunity to attack. Little beast and little furball knew the characteristics of the sub-originator very well and soon understood Lu Chen's intention. Lian Hua looked at the three beasts. At this moment, Lu Chen's original form was lying on the back of the sub-originator and couldn't fight for a while. I didn't expect that one day I would fight against the beast god and the sky-swallowing, god-slaying rats. Lian Hua exclaimed, Those are legendary battle pets. I didn't expect that you would have two of them at the same time. Solipsistic, your battle pets are extraordinary, but unfortunately, they haven't taken shape yet, Lian Hua said, so you're far from enough to defeat me. Lu Chen noticed that Lian Hua only recognized Little Beast and Little Furball, but he didn't mention the sub-originator. This made him even more certain that Lian Hua didn't recognize the real identity of the sub-originator. The bell rang, and the battle began. Little Hairy Ball activated the bloodline bond, and Little Critter added the black tortoise shield to the three beasts. Little Critter's cultivation method was similar to a halo skill, which directly increased Little Critter and Little Hairy Ball's spiritual attack, physical attack, and elemental affinity. At this moment, Xiao Yuan was standing in the front row, while the little beast and the furball were standing behind him. Lian Hua was not arrogant either. He activated 4 enhancement skills. Judging from the fact that 3 enhanced his physical body and 1 enhanced his elemental affinity, this guy was a dual cultivator, a grandmaster of combat, and an elemental mage. Lu Chen was secretly shocked. He was actually an elementalist. In that case, this guy's elemental attacks were probably very powerful. Let's go. Little Beast let out a low roar as the image of a vermilion bird appeared behind him. Then he soared into the sky. Not willing to be left behind, Little Furball ran towards Lian Hua. The sub-originator's position was very important. It was right between the Little Beast and the Little Furball, so it could support both of them at the same time. Divine Beast? I'm sorry, but I've killed too many. A cold light flashed in Lien Hua's eyes, and a pair of battle axes appeared in his hands. Immortal technique, spatial transition. Suddenly, Lien Hua appeared directly in the middle of the three beasts. This displacement skill had no time limit and was not something that could be avoided by reflexes. As soon as he appeared in the middle of the three beasts, a violent storm of spiritual power directly shook the three beasts hundreds of meters away. Just this displacement skill alone was enough to make many people gasp in amazement. Displacement can also shake the enemy back. It's worthy of being an immortal technique. An immortal technique is very rare. This technique is very fast and has a knockback effect. It's very useful for chasing and escaping. A Sengoku from the Myriad Spirit Clan snorted and said to his immortal hangers-on, Lien Hua's spatial transition is not that simple. You can continue to watch. Lien Hua was indeed a master. At a glance, he could see the tacit cooperation between the three beasts. He immediately shook the three beasts away and distanced them from each other, making it difficult for them to take care of each other. I'll destroy you first. Lien Hua turned to look at the sub-originator. Among the three beasts, the sub-originator was just a puppet. The solipsistic hangers-on used this puppet to command the battle. It was the core of the three beasts. Second transition. In a flash, Lien Hua had already arrived in front of the sub-originator. Immortal technique, Thunder Whirlwind Axe. The two axes in Lien Hua's hands, one with the power of thunder and the other with the element of wind, chopped the sub-originator fiercely. If the sub-originator took Lien Hua's elemental attack now, it would not be good for the sub-originator to hide its strength. However, the opponent's speed was too fast. Even though Lu Chun was controlling the sub-originator had no time to react. At this moment, behind Lien Hua, the fluffy ball roared. Roar! The fluffy ball caught up with Lien Hua's spatial transition. When did the fluffy ball become so strong? The fluffy ball and the sub-originator had followed Lu Chun in the Myriad World maze and devoured countless monsters. Their strength had certainly improved, but it seemed that they had not reached the level of evolution. Wait, it seemed that the prey targeted by the fluffy ball had never escaped. It seemed that the fluffy ball's ability to lock onto its target had been improved. Now, even a powerful displacement skill, like spatial transition, couldn't be avoided. Before Lien Hua had time to think, the fluffy ball had already smashed down with its paw. Lien Hua was also shocked. How could the fluffy ball catch up with my displacement skill? However, Lien Hua was indeed a powerhouse. He quickly activated his defensive enhancement skill, Baron Heaven Golden Bell. However, the fluffy ball's paw directly scratched Lien Hua's body, and even the Thunder Whirlwind Axe was deflected. Taking advantage of Lien Hua's defense, Lu Chun hurriedly dodged and successfully avoided the attack. At the same time, a long wound appeared on Lien Hua's back. This, my defensive enhancement and physical strength, can't even block a single claw. Lien Hua was shocked. The fluffy ball also seemed to be very surprised. Its paw only scratched Lien Hua's skin. This guy's defense is good. No, I have to do a few more paws. Lien Hua had never encountered such a situation. The fluffy ball's attack was too strange. He had to deal with it first. He turned around and swung his axe. Mountain Slash. This skill was not at the level of an immortal skill, but it was extremely fast and had a wide range. The sword chi was hundreds of meters long and swept directly toward the fluffy ball. However, the huge fluffy ball directly turned into a small white mouse, easily dodging the attack, and then ran away. Lien Hua was stunned. There was such a way to dodge the skill. Want to run? Mountain Slash. Dozens of spiritual force attacks madly rushed toward the fluffy ball. At this moment, the white tiger suddenly appeared in front of the fluffy ball, facing 49 spiritual force attacks. This white tiger can actually take dozens of my attacks without any injuries? Lien Hua's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what he saw. Even if it was not at the level of an immortal skill, according to his attribute, the attack power was extremely terrifying. Even a 9-star Sengoku would not dare to take it head-on. Before Lien Hua could react, the little beast, not far away, shouted in a low voice. "Hey, old man, try this, Heavenly Flames Annihilation." Lien Hua snorted. "You want to compete with me in elemental magic? You're not my opponent now." A black bead flew out from behind him. Immortal skill, chaotic dance of wind and thunder. Chapter 1335. While Lien Hua was fighting with the little beast, a white shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The little fur ball is here again. It could even catch up with Lien Hua using Space Leap. Not to mention that Lien Hua didn't even move. The little fur ball jumped onto Lien Hua's shoulder and bit him. Lien Hua didn't expect to be bitten by the little fur ball to be so painful. He couldn't help but scream. He turned his head and saw that the little thing was gnawing on his shoulder. Seeing this scene, Lien Hua also gasped. He, a dignified immortal king, was being treated as food. What kind of battle pet was this? The sky-devouring god-slaying rat was no joke. Lien Hua didn't dare to be careless. "Damn you! Get out of my way!" A burst of spiritual energy suddenly blasted the little fur ball away. With one hand, Lien Hua controlled the classification chaotic dance to be in a stalemate with the little beast. With the other hand, he waved his sword at the little fur ball. However, the white tiger blocked all of his attacks. The next second, the little fur ball appeared on Lien Hua's calf and bit him. Lien Hua was about to go crazy. This guy was like a piece of sticky candy that he couldn't get rid of. If he was fighting the little beast alone, he was confident that he could defeat it in a second. However, his main focus was on the little white mouse. He couldn't run away. Kill. The white tiger was protecting it. He couldn't kill it. Lien Hua didn't expect that he would be so flustered by the three beasts. Lien Hua forced the little fur ball back again and flashed away. The little beast returned to the little fur ball and originator. The three beasts looked at Lien Hua. Lien Hua's back, calf, and shoulder were all injured. The little beast looked at Lien Hua with a smile. "Old man, you're just SOSO. You're a 9-star Sengoku, and you can't even kill us." Lien Hua gnashed his teeth in anger. He looked at his wounds and found that they couldn't heal. Blood was flowing out. "I underestimated you," Lien Hua said bitterly. "But don't be complacent. The show has just begun." With that, Lien Hua used Space Leap again and flashed to the middle of the three beasts. Originally, everyone thought that he was going to use the same trick again and scatter the three of them. However, they did not expect that this time, the force that erupted from Lien Hua's body was not the force of repulsion, but the force of attraction. The powerful suction pulled the three beasts to Lien Hua's side. Immortal technique, Heavenly Thorns Thunderstorm Slash. At the same time that the three beasts were sucked to his side, Lien Hua launched his immortal technique at the same time. His whole body was drowned in lightning and wind, as if a tornado had appeared in the field. Countless lightning and sword chi were crazily cutting everything around him. It's the Heavenly Thorn Thunderstorm Slash, a super strong, continuous group-killing technique. Gu Ying's eyes widened as he watched the battle. The wind element disrupts the opponent's spiritual power circulation, while the thunder element increases the damage output. Together with the heaven and earth battle axe and the reverse direction of the space transition, it could be said to be an invincible existence. The Heavenly Thorn Thunderstorm Slash seems to be able to be used indefinitely, right? Huang Ting asked from his side. Well, unless Lien Hua's spiritual power is exhausted, he can continue to use it. Back then, I was defeated by this move. It's too incomprehensible. Huang Ting nodded. You are a sword spirit and an assassin. This move can indeed restrain opponents like you who take the flexible route. The space transition is one of the most advanced immortal techniques. Unless you can predict it, you can't avoid it. Together with the force of attraction, the opponent can't break free and will be swept up by the Heavenly Thorn Thunderstorm Slash. Disrupting the opponent's spiritual power circulation is equivalent to making the opponent powerless. Being attacked indefinitely like this, it is indeed difficult to deal with without special means. On the battlefield, The tornado rushed straight to the sky. The three beasts were caught in the air and could not control themselves, let alone break free. Due to the disruption of the spiritual power circulation, the little beast's defense could not be used at all in the heavenly thorn thunderstorm slash. It was the first to be seriously injured. The little furball's defense was extremely strong, but it could not withstand such endless attacks. The second one was unconscious. Now, only the originator, who was also Lu Chun, was conscious. In the fierce wind, Lu Chun managed to catch the little beast and the little furball and protect them. Countless spiritual power attacks hit him, and the spiritual attack of the originator increased crazily. However, at the same time, a large number of thunder and wind elements also hit him. While the originator absorbed a small amount of elemental power, it also suffered a large number of attacks. After a long time, the heavenly thorn thunderstorm slash finally stopped. The originator was directly thrown down from the air, holding the little fur ball and the originator tightly in its arms. Lianhua looked at the three beasts and smiled. As I said, you are no match for me. I was careless and underestimated your strength. But now, everything is over. At this moment, the originator shook its head and stood up shakily. Seeing this scene, Lianhua suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He stared intently at the white tiger. You, how can you hold on for so long? The originator directly spoke human language, but it was Lu Chen's voice. Don't you find that you have been bleeding? Lianhua widened his eyes and looked at the several wounds on his body. Indeed, they had not healed yet. Instead, he was bleeding because of the strong combat skills. He seemed to realize something and activated the spiritual observation divine eyes. Carefully observing his blood, he suddenly saw a trace of spiritual energy flowing out of his blood and connecting with the three beasts. The little furball's bite was not a casual bite. The effect of the feast was to increase the opponent's vulnerability and transfer the opponent's chi and blood to the originator. As long as the wound was not healed, the connection would always exist. I couldn't hold on, but thanks to your essence and blood, I survived. The originator stared at Lianhua. Lianhua slightly narrowed his eyes. So what? You are already at the end of your rope. At the end of my rope? No, you don't understand. You are still so stubborn. Lianhua snorted. Well, let me see if you still have the strength to fight. Lianhua spun the heaven-earth axe with both hands and smiled. To be honest, your puppet is the weakest among the three beasts. I won't give you any more chances. Let me destroy this puppet of yours. Immortal technique, Gale Thunder, world of wind and thunder. For a moment, the wind and clouds were surging in the immortal Colosseum, and the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Everyone's elemental power was limited, but the elements between heaven and earth were infinite. The most powerful skills of elemental mages were all attacks launched by summoning the elements between heaven and earth. This time, the skill launched by Lianhua had caused the sky and earth to change color. Lu Chan cursed in his heart. This guy not only practiced both physical and magical arts, but also integrated elements into his attacks. If this move was a pure spiritual attack, he was confident that he could defeat it. But now he had to try his best. Lianhua flashed to the front of the originator and chopped down the heaven-earth axe with the power of thunder and hurricane. The originator was ready to attack. It stood up and gathered all the power in its body. Then, it pounced at Lianhua with its two claws. At the moment when the two sides collided, the horrible collision of spiritual energy directly caused the spiritual energy to explode. The ground of the immortal Colosseum instantly collapsed. Thunderbolts bombarded the sub-originator, and Lianhua also felt the impact of the incomparable spiritual power. How could it be so strong? Lianhua looked at the originator in horror. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Impossible. It was not so strong at the beginning. Is it the essence of heaven and earth? Chapter 1336. The moment the two of them made contact, they were both sent flying. There is only one possibility for that to happen. The spiritual energy explosion caused by the collision of the two had already exceeded the limits of what the two of them could bear. The explosion of spiritual energy directly blew up the two defense arrays. The entire arena was like hell. The ground collapsed, and the earth and stones were turned into ashes in the aftermath of the spiritual energy. When the storm subsided, everyone on the arena fell to the ground. After a long time, Lien Hua jumped up from the ground. Everyone was paying attention to the other side of the arena. The little beast, the furry ball, the originator, and Lu Chun, who was in the originator's arms. None of them could stand up. Did the solipsistic lose this round? Lien Hua breathed heavily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and dragged his injured body toward the originator. The arena was in a mess. He walked around the huge pits and finally reached Lu Chun. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lien Hua almost jumped up when he heard the squeak. He was still scared by the attack of the god-slaying rat. He was relieved when he saw that the furry ball was just moving and didn't get up. He looked at the furry ball and smiled weakly. Little guy, are you afraid that I'll hurt your master? The furry ball fell to the ground again. Lien Hua was finally relieved. At this time, Lu Chun had also woken up. He leaned against Xiao Yuan and looked at Lien Hua weakly. You won. Lien Hua suddenly sat down with a smile on his face. No, you won. Lu Chun frowned and looked at Lien Hua in surprise. Lien Hua said unhurriedly, You set up an arena in the 10,000 Spirits clan and defeated Lonely Shadow and Huang Ting in a row. You also injured me with only 2 battle pets and a puppet. If you were in your best state, I would have lost. Lien Hua was telling the truth. With the originator, the furry ball, the little beast, and Lu Chun in his best state, the 4 of them should be able to defeat Lien Hua if they tried their best. Lien Hua lay on the ground and took a deep breath. He turned his head and looked at Lu Chun. Sigh, I actually lost to the spirit of heaven and earth. I was careless. When it blocked my spiritual energy attack, I should have thought of it. Hey, speaking of which, where did you get those battle pet puppets? I didn't expect to run into 3 legendary battle pet puppets at the same time today. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. Lu Chun couldn't help but laugh. Maybe you're just lucky. After a while, you'll meet more than just them. Lien Hua stared at Lu Chun with wide eyes. Don't tell me you haven't done your best. All right, you haven't used your blue bead yet. Lu Chun smiled faintly. That blue bead was a lie. I have already used all the means at my disposal, but I didn't expect that I would only win 2 matches. The individual strength of the Myriad Spirit Clan is indeed very strong. Are you praising yourself? Lien Hua asked again. Did you lie to Qian Ji about the blue bead? Lu Chun nodded. If you tell me now, won't it be useless? Those few clans aren't the only ones watching your battles. Qian Ji must be watching too. I know, but it doesn't matter. I've decided to let him live for a few more years. Lien Hua nodded. He should have returned to the Mystic Spirit Clan's immortal region. As long as Hong Yu protects him, it won't be easy for you to kill him. Waiting for a few more years isn't a bad choice. I'm so tired. Lien Hua sighed. I haven't been this tired in a long time. Lu Chun smiled. Don't fall asleep. You might not be able to wake up. I won't. Solipsistic, I'll have a fair fight with you next time. But I have to remind you that the next time you see me, I might not be Sengoku anymore. Lu Chun looked at Lien Hua in surprise. Don't tell me you're going to break through to the immortal region? Lien Hua smiled. I've watched your battles. I've also gained some inspiration from your battles. I'll definitely be able to break through this time. At this moment, a lone figure walked onto the stage. He checked on Lien Hua's injuries and then looked at Lu Chun. The 2 of you seem to be having a good chat. Lien Hua glanced at the lone figure. Hey, lone figure, do you want to join us? TSK, I can still stand. Who wants to be like the 2 of you who can't even move? The lone figure said in disdain. But who's going to win this round? Him. Lu Chun and Lien Hua spoke at the same time. The lone figure looked at the 2 of them in confusion. What's the meaning of this? You developed feelings for each other just from chatting? Lone figure, do you believe that I'll help you improve your battle record after I recover? Lien Hua frowned and looked at the lone figure. It'll take me a bit of effort to defeat Huang Ting, but against you, I'm a natural counter to you. The lone figure instantly cowered. Don't. I was just kidding. Lianhua, you should hurry up and break through. Don't always stay in Sengoku, okay? Lu Chun looked at the two of them from the side. I say, why don't the immortals of your myriad spirit clan look like immortals at all? The lone figure smiled and said, I've already told you that the myriad spirit clan is powerful and doesn't need to sever ties with the mortal world. Therefore, some of the tempers of mortals have been brought to the seventh heaven. Besides, it's fine if others say that our myriad spirit clan doesn't look like immortals, but what right do you have to say that? You're the king of men. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Faced with the lone figure's questioning, even with his glib tongue, he was rendered speechless. The lone figure looked at the two of them again and thought for a while before saying, forget it, let's call a draw. In the third round, Lu Chun and Lianhua tied. Lu Chun was now seriously injured and couldn't get up. It was definitely impossible for him to continue defending the ring. Then this time, the Death God token expedition stopped at the myriad spirit clan's immortal realm. After the final result was out, Yi Fan frowned. A draw? Wasn't this the usual outcome of the banker? He had indeed only invested a few hundred spirit tablets, but he had borrowed a large sum of money and asked Sister Jiao and the others to help him bet. Now Jiao Ling Long, Mu Long, and Feng Wu's 10 million worth of assets had disappeared in an instant. Feng Wu's Wutong Grotto Heaven had also been sold. The little beast's money had also been used up. Jiao and Ling Long were also all in. I say, Yi Fan. After a long while, Mu Long turned his head and looked at Yi Fan with empty eyes. This doesn't make sense. Could it be that we lost because you invested in our bet? Jiao suddenly thought of this possibility. That's right. Yi Fan must have lost the few hundred spirit tablets he bet. And since he invested in our bet, there's no way we could have won. Feng Wu said in shock. I've seen bad gambling luck, but I've never seen such bad luck. Anyone who has anything to do with you will lose everything. Mu Long shook his head. I'm worth more than 10 million, but I've been reduced to such a state where I can only live under someone else's roof. I, Yi Fan, suspect that you were sent by Lu Chun to trick us. Yi Fan faced everyone's accusation and said meekly, You can't blame me for this. Isn't this something that everyone discussed and decided together? Sigh, the little beast's 150,000 spirit tablets are gone. Sister Jiao Sister Ling Long, Senior Mu Long, and Senior Feng Wu each lent me 100,000 spirit tablets. I'm now in debt of 550,000 spirit tablets. I only have 50,000 spirit tablets in total. How on earth did I lose so much that I owe 550,000 spirit tablets? Feng Wu sighed and tugged at Mu Long's sleeve. Well, I am. Can you talk to Lu Chun and ask him if he can let me stay in the immortal spirit grotto heaven for the time being? There's no place to stay now. Chapter 1337. Lu Chun, Little Beast, and the others were taken to St. Martial Venerable's abode, where they were treated by specialists. 3 days later, Little Beast, Little Furball, and Origin were all alive and kicking. Lu Chun had almost recovered. Du Quang, Venerable Immortal, is looking for you. Guing pushed the door open and entered. Guing was no longer as expressionless as before and spoke much more casually. Huang Ting, Lianhua, and the others are all right? Lu Chun asked. If I'm all right, they must be all right. Gu Ying's gaze was fixed on Little Furball. At this moment, Little Furball was lying on Lu Chun's shoulder like a pet raised by someone out of boredom. You put the sky-devouring, god-slaying rat on your shoulder like this? Won't it bite you? It's said that the sky-devouring, god-slaying rat eats everything it sees. 2 days ago, when Lien Hua was in a coma, he was mumbling something like, the god-slaying rat is coming, run. Lu Chun thought that Lien Hua must have been scared of being bitten by Little Furball, which had left a psychological shadow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Little Furball bared its teeth at Guing, who hurriedly stepped back. Okay, I won't say anything bad about you. I'm scared of you, okay? Lu Chen smiled. Little fur ball has been with me since the beginning. Don't worry, it won't hurt me. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen decided to put the three beasts away first. As the two of them talked, they arrived in front of a unique pavilion. St. Martial Venerable was already sitting there with a wine pot, wine cups, and some fruits on the table. Seeing Lu Chen come over, St. Martial Venerable invited him to sit down. How's your recovery? It's nothing serious, Lu Chen said. Venerable Immortal, when can I go to the 10,000 spirits ancient realm? Don't worry, drink with me first. After saying that, Sheng Wu poured a glass of wine for Lu Chen. Come, let me toast you first. Your battle really opened my eyes. Seeing you're immortal, you flatter me. Lu Chen raised his cup, and the two of them toasted each other. That's right, lone tyrant. Your battle pet and puppet aren't ordinary at all. Lu Chen didn't know why the venerable immortal brought this up, so he didn't answer. Sheng Wu smiled. Don't worry. If I wanted to harm them, I would have done it while you were unconscious. I just wanted to tell you that they won't be able to accompany you to the 10,000 spirits ancient realm, including your ghostly pet. Only you can go. Lu Chen frowned and asked, why not? I just don't summon them. Sheng Wu smiled and shook his head. Only one soul can enter the 10,000 spirits ancient realm at a time. Even the weapon spirit has to be temporarily sealed before entering. Even the artifact spirits are like this, let alone the battle pet, ghost pet, and that special puppet spirit of heaven and earth. They all have very strong soul power. In short, that's your own experience. Well, Lu Chen frowned. Sheng Wu looked at Lu Chen and said with a smile, if you don't trust me, I can give you two choices. First, you can send them back to the human immortal domain. Second, I can send them to the Divine Beast Island to gain experience. The Divine Beast Island? What's that place? The Divine Beast Island is a place where all the races have agreed to train and select battle pets. It is divided into many levels, with level 1 being the weakest and level 9 being the strongest. Countless divine beasts and magical beasts compete on each Divine Beast Island. Level by level, the losers may be directly swallowed, or their corpses may be exposed in the wilderness. After thousands of years, their corpses become the unique resources of the divine beasts there. The winners will go to the next level of the Divine Beast Island. Since every master has different requirements for their battle pets, the divine beasts can only leave the Divine Beast Island when they reach a certain level. After hearing that, Lu Chen felt that the Divine Beast Island was simply a holy land for small beasts, furballs, and originators to level up. Sheng Wu pushed aside a fruit that looked like an orange on Earth and said, there's one thing I have to make clear. Solipsistic, the most special one among your battle pets, is the heaven-swallowing, god-killing rat. It will be a disaster if it grows up. So, I can only let your battle pet stay there for 3 years at most. You'll be able to leave the 10,000 spirits ancient realm by then. 3 years is the best time for a top divine beast to reach the 6th level of the Divine Beast Island. While they were chatting, Sheng Wu handed him a few pieces of orange. This explosive orange is delicious, sweet, and juicy. It's a specialty of the 10,000 spirits. Do you want to try it? Thank you, Master Immortal. Lu Chen took the orange and thought about it. His lips touched the orange. As soon as he touched it, the orange exploded, which startled Lu Chen. Shoot, why did the orange explode on its own? Ha! I told you it's the explosive orange. This orange has a bad temper. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. The Zhuqian 10,000 spirits ancient realm was full of strange things. Solipsistic. Have you made up your mind? Lu Chen thought about it and said, I'll let them go to the Divine Beast Island. Sheng Wu wasn't surprised and continued to push the orange. Okay, I'll come to you this afternoon. Sure enough, Guing came again in the afternoon. This time, he put on the armor that he'd borrowed from somewhere and said to Lu Chen as soon as he entered, Solipsistic, Master Celestial asked me to take you to the 10,000 spirits ancient realm. Your battle pets cough. Give them to me first. I'll send them to the divine beast island one by one. Aren't they together? Lu Chen asked. Of course not. Not everyone has several battle pets. They can't even afford to raise one. You can't let him fight your 3 battle pets with 1 battle pet, right? I'll take them to the 3 entrances. Lu Chen was a bit worried, but then he remembered that the little beast had to be trained to become stronger. Okay, Guing soon sent the little beast and the originator away. When it came to the fur ball, it turned on its status and said warily, "You told the god-slaying rat not to eat me." Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. You're Sengoku anyway. Do you have to be so scared? Of course I'm scared. Master Celestial said that I can't hurt them. If this guy targets me, I won't be able to run away, and I can't attack him. I'll be killed for sure, won't I? Lu Chen shook his head and tapped the furball's head. Furball, did you hear that? Bear with it for now. There's food on the Divine Beast Island. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The furball grabbed Lu Chen's finger with its paw and put it in its mouth. It's going to eat you. It's going to eat its master. Guing was scared out of his wits. However, the furball only pretended to bite Lu Chen's finger, as if it were just trying to scare Guing. All right, don't scare it. The furball rubbed Lu Chen's hand and jumped onto Gu Ying's shoulder. Gu Ying's neck seemed to be stiff as he stiffly activated the teleportation rune. A moment later, Guing finally came back. Damn, I finally sent it away. Solipsistic, you don't know what kind of horrifying creature you put on your shoulder every day. Some ancient books say that the sky-swallowing rat can swallow the Jiuqian. Lu Chen shook his head. He already knew that. Look at you. Let's go. Take me to the eternal forest ancient realm. Chapter 1338. Along the way, Gu Ying introduced the Myriad Spirit Ancient Realm to Su and Mo. The Myriad Spirit Ancient Realm is the foundation of the Myriad Spirit Tribe. There are 3,000 worlds in the realm. Of course, this is just an estimate. No one knows how many worlds there are. Lu Chen quickly interrupted him. Is it the same as the Myriad World Maze? It's completely different, Guing said confidently. How should I put it? The worlds in the Myriad Spirit Ancient Realm are both real and illusory. If you're lucky enough to enter a world in the Myriad Spirit Ancient Realm, you'll experience a reincarnation cycle from the time you were a baby. Lu Chen's eyes widened. From the time I was a baby? Yes, don't worry. Even if you experience 100 years in a world, it's only a year in the outside world. In the process of reincarnation, no matter what you gain or lose, you'll only be able to strengthen your physical body. Guing looked at Lu Chen's dumbfounded face and explained further. For example, if you obtain a cultivation technique, you will forget it and lose your equipment. However, the effect of your cultivation spirit core to increase your level will be retained. Lu Chen did not fully understand. After all, he had never encountered such a strange cultivation method. He asked, what about my memories of those people and things? Speaking of which, I have to remind you. Guing grabbed Lu Chen and said seriously, in the Myriad Spirit Ancient Realm, being able to enter a world is a huge opportunity. Most people who enter the Ancient Realm do not have the chance to experience a reincarnation cycle. However, if you have the chance to experience a reincarnation cycle, it'll be a brand new life. You could be a good person or a bad person. You can have both parents and be born in a rich family. You can also be born in a strange species Devil's Denver. You can't choose the people around you and the environment, but you'll be affected by these people and the environment. In the ancient realm, physical injuries and even death won't cause any harm to your body. However, cultivation can increase the grade of your spirit core. Most importantly, every reincarnation cycle will completely change your Tao heart. This is the only thing that can hurt your physical body. As he spoke, Guy took out 3 cyan-color medicinal pills. This is? Lu Chen asked. This is the Ancient Spirit Heavenly Crossing pill. It can help you forget all your memories in an ancient realm world. Gu Ying handed the Heavenly Crossing pill to Lu Chen. Once you enter the ancient realm, take this. When you feel that the memories of the ancient realm are affecting your continued cultivation, use your spiritual power and it will automatically break down and take effect. It's no longer effective outside of the ancient realm. Lu Chen lowered his head and kept the heaven-crossing pill. Solipsistic, you have to remember one thing. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. Why? Lu Chen asked curiously. The heaven-crossing pill won't take away your spirit core's upgrade, but it will make you forget your comprehension of a certain skill in that world. In the ancient realm, we can't become immortals. That way, there will be, what's it called again, a transmigration paradox. I don't know how it works, but the most we can do is cultivate to the human king realm. That's why, in reality, increasing one's cultivation level is secondary. On the contrary, the ancient realm contains thousands of worlds. The biggest improvement is in martial arts comprehension, which is the concept. For example, sword intent, spear intent, battle pet connection, and so on. That's why it's best not to use the heaven-crossing pill. Otherwise, you'll miss out on the most important part of your harvest. Lu Chen nodded and remembered what Guing said. Soon, the two arrived in front of an ancient temple. Standing in front of the ancient temple, Guing checked Lu Chen's condition. The artifact spirit was sealed, the equipment and storage rings were all stored in the bag, and the bag was sealed. Even Little Green was sealed and in a deep sleep. At that moment, Lian Hua and Huang Ting appeared from the nearby forest and walked toward Lu Chen and Guing. Solipsistic, Lu Chen looked at the two in surprise. Why are you here? Are you also going to the ancient realm? Huang Ting smiled. We can't go to the ancient realm for the time being. I've already experienced 3 reincarnations here. In order to preserve my comprehension, I didn't use the heaven-crossing pill. If I go through another reincarnation, I'm afraid my mind will split. Lian Hua shook his head. You've gone through 3 times, and I've gone through 4. The next time we go, it'll be at least 100 years later. Let's first sort out the messy memories in your mind. Guing said, Solipsistic, the celestial sovereign only gave you 3 years. You can only experience 3 reincarnations at most. Although it's not as good as some of the 10,000 spirit tribe members, it's still taking into consideration your upper limit. Lian Hua nodded. That's true. My 4 reincarnations are also divided into 3. Don't say that. Even the 10,000 spirit ancient realm, you might not be able to enter the ancient realm. If you say too much, Lone Quang might feel pressured. Huang Ting looked at the confused Lu Chen and smiled. The ancient realm is something that can only be encountered by chance. Let nature take its course. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Oh, right, Lone Quang. Lian Hua suddenly said in a serious tone. It said that there's a very low probability of the mirror realm existing in the ancient realm. You must not enter it. Not to mention whether you can return to the real world, just the memories of 100 reincarnations are enough to make you go crazy. Guing rolled his eyes at Lian Hua. The probability of entering the ancient realm is already very low. It's almost impossible for him to encounter the mirror realm. In the past few thousand years, none of our tribe members have encountered it. Why are you telling him this? Even if the probability is low, I still have to tell him, Lian Hua said. Lu Chen smiled. Although he did not fight all 5 matches in the 10,000 spirit tribe and had to stop chasing after Qianji, at least he got to know these interesting people from the 10,000 spirit tribe. Everything had been instructed. Huang Ting and Lian Hua looked at Lu Chen. Solipsistic, we have to go into seclusion for the next 3 years. The war of the 10,000 races might not be far away. Although we don't want to participate, we still have to increase our strength to ensure our safety. Lu Chen nodded his head in understanding. Solipsistic, 3 years later, let's have a fair fight again. Let me remind you again, you might meet a senior immortal at that time. Lian Hua said with a smile. Lu Chen smiled faintly. The one you met should still be a human king. All right, thank you for sending me off. I'm leaving. Good luck. Guing, Huang Ting, and Lian Hua cupped their fists. With that, Lu Chen turned around and entered the ancient temple. Looking at Lu Chen's back, Huang Ting suddenly said, Hey, I suddenly thought of something. It's impossible to reach the immortal realm in the ancient realm. Do you guys think it's possible for a human king to reach the immortal realm? Who knows? That guy was a weirdo in the seventh heaven. Who knows? He might have a different situation in the ancient realm. 3 years. I really hope that he can enter the ancient realm. That way, 3 years later, Lone Quang might be able to fight with me. Lien Hua's eyes were filled with longing. Huang Ting frowned. 3 years. Who knows how chaotic the outside world is? Solipsistic, I can only wish you luck. Chapter 1339. The door of the ancient temple was like a teleportation whirlpool. When Lu Chan entered the ancient temple, he realized that it was not a temple at all. He was standing in a vast starry sky. There were countless stars in front of him that were moving toward him at an extremely fast speed. This is the 10,000 spirit ancient realm. Lu Chan frowned. What is this starlight? Lu Chan could not help but curse the 3 guys in his heart. Why didn't they talk about the most common things after such a long introduction? While they were talking, the starlight was already shooting toward Lu Chan. The starlight arrived in front of him in an instant. Lu Chan realized that the starlight was not as small as it looked from afar. The starlight was actually thousands of miles in diameter. Lu Chan was so small that he was not even worth mentioning in front of the starlight. Damn this! I can't dodge it. The starlight instantly drowned Lu Chan. However, Lu Chan was not hurt at all. Instead, he felt that the surrounding area was filled with surging spiritual energy. This is a spiritual source? Lu Chan was astonished. The huge starlight came quickly and left quickly. However, after it left, Lu Chan could still feel that the surrounding spiritual energy was extremely abundant. All right, the Saint Martial Celestial Venerable said that cultivating in the 10,000 spirit ancient realm would take at least 3 years and at most 3 lifetimes. That means that cultivating here would be effective even without entering the ancient realm. Could it be because of these starlight balls? Lu Chan suddenly understood. The reason why Gu Ying and the others did not mention the starlight balls was because these starlight balls could not be dodged or chased. They could only passively let the starlight balls pass through them. The starlight balls carried a huge amount of spiritual energy, which was very beneficial to cultivation. If I'm not wrong, some of these starlight balls are used in the ancient realm, but I can't catch up with them at all, so naturally, I can't say that I'm going to search for the ancient realm. As expected, this is something that can only be encountered by chance. Forget it. I'll cultivate here first. Since the ball of light did not harm Lu Chan sat down cross-legged and activated celestial demon symbiosis, entering the state of anatta and spiritual energy. The previous ball of light had just passed by, so the spiritual energy around Lu Chan was extremely abundant. Even the spiritual energy in the immortal spirit grotto heaven could not compare to this. Lu Chan then focused on cultivating. The starry river was filled with specks of starlight. Beams of light repeatedly passed through Lu Chan's body, leaving behind a large amount of spiritual energy. Lu Chan maintained an extremely high concentration of spiritual qi around him. He was also crazily absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. In the Milky Way, time became a concept that was dispensable. Lu Chan immersed himself in cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy. He felt as if he had become one with the galaxy. According to his current cultivation speed, Lu Chan could increase his spiritual energy by 400,000 a day, which was 12 million a month. Now that he was no longer in the 10,000 spirit ancient realm, the 10 wings had disappeared, but the creation bloodline was still there. Rank 2, Level 1 creation bloodline gave Lu Chan a 60% increase in his attributes. More than 3 months later, without the addition of the 10 wings, Lu Chen's spiritual power broke through 250 million. His spirit core's spiritual energy had reached 150 million. He exited the state of cultivation and looked at his badge. He had reached the level of the 14-star Savage King. Not 15 stars yet. Lu Chan frowned slightly. If his mental cultivation technique was one level higher, it could increase his cultivation speed. Unfortunately, ever since he had passed the tribulation, his mental cultivation technique could not be upgraded, even if his spiritual energy had reached 150 million. The celestial demon mixed element mental cultivation technique needs the next major realm, but where would I get the next major realm? Liu Chun was speechless. Forget it. It's my fault that I didn't succeed in passing the tribulation. If I can't upgrade it, then so be it. My current cultivation speed is much faster than usual, which is already very good. After resting for a while, Liu Chun looked at the starlight that passed through his body again and again. They did indeed provide him with an endless supply of spiritual energy. It was just that he didn't know how many balls of light flew by, but Liu Chun still hadn't encountered the legendary ancient realm. If he just cultivated here, it would take him 3 years. At his current speed, he would only be able to upgrade 2 to 3 stars at most. Now, he was not even sure that he could defeat a 9-star Sengoku like Lien Hua. Even if he upgraded 2 stars, no, 3 stars, he might not even be able to defeat a Celestial Prime. Sengoku to Celestial Prime, there was a qualitative change, but he only had a quantitative change. 3 stars might not be as strong as a Sengoku who had broken through to Celestial Prime. Sigh, with my luck, I don't think I can meet one. Liu Chun shook his head and sighed. 1 cycle of reincarnation was equivalent to 100 years of time. Forget it, if I can't meet one, then so be it. There's no point in being anxious. I have to at least ensure that my strength can be greatly improved in these 3 years of cultivation. After more than a month, Liu Chen's spiritual energy reached 160 million, and he finally became a 15-star Savage King. After more than a year, Liu Chen's spiritual energy reached a terrifying 320 million, and he only became a 16-star Savage King. There were still 18 months left, but according to this trend, Liu Chun would leave the 10,000 spirit ancient realm before he could even upgrade to 17 stars. In the immortal arena, a crazy woman with a graceful figure wearing a black ghost mask appeared. When the crazy woman first appeared, she would inevitably choose opponents who were 2 stars higher than her. Even for a true immortal, it was very difficult to fight 2 stars higher than her. Therefore, every time she competed, she would give it her all and fight until the last moment. But after a few months, she began to challenge opponents who were 3 stars higher than her, and even some famous experts. This woman was very strange. Every time she was seriously injured, or even on the verge of death, she would appear in the immortal arena again within 2 days. And if she won a battle easily, she would continue to fight, and every time she would exhaust herself. In 2 years, she had fought more than 500 battles in the immortal arena. Someone had paid attention to her record. Wood Mansion's Geo Air, 5-star, true immortal, 548 battles, 307 wins, 241 losses. Even so, she still won more than she lost, and she had accumulated more than 60 planet coordinates in her hands. Needless to say, this crazy woman was Wood Mansion's Geo Air. She would occasionally come to see Yi Fan and the others, but she would only stay for a short while and then leave quickly. Feng Wu and Mu Long had moved to the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven. The 2 of them had lost all their money in the last gamble, and now they could only stay in the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven temporarily. However, with 2 great immortal kings holding down the fort, Li Shang and the others wouldn't encounter any more trouble. Yi Fan had already passed the 3rd level of the Special Cultivation Tower, and the cultivation time on the 3rd level was 15 times faster. Unfortunately, it could only be opened for 3 days a month. But fortunately, it could accommodate many people. Every time the 3rd level was opened, Mu Long, Yi Fan, Ling Long, and Feng Wu would cultivate there. When the time on the 3rd level was used up, they would go to the 2nd level. When the time on the 2nd level was used up, they would go to the 1st level. The 1st level was basically guaranteed to be open all year round. In short, everyone made full use of the Special Cultivation Tower. Li Shang and the others did not need to cultivate, and they took good care of the herb gardens. Gu Yin said that they could not help much, but at least they could help relieve some of the financial pressure. After all, whether it was Mu Long, Feng Wu, Yi Fan, or Ling Long, they were all poor. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.